Good evening, everybody. I'm going to call the Zoning Board of Adjustment for November 14th, 2023 for the City of Nashua to order. My name is Rob Shaw. I'm the Vice Chair of the Board, and we have five members that will be with us tonight with one on Zoom. This evening's meeting will be conducted in a hybrid format. The meeting is accessible in person in the third floor auditorium where you all are here at 229 Main Street, and via Zoom at the link posted in all public meeting agendas. Attendance via telephone is available using the Zoom connection details. Minutes of tonight's meeting as well as audio and video recordings will be available later at nashuanh.gov/agenda center and select Zoning Board of Adjustment. I'll note the chair is in control of the proceedings and calls upon all who wish to speak in order as their raised hands are observed. The board follows the meeting protocols and procedures as identified in our bylaws. The applicant will present their case for up to 15 minutes. That'll be followed by questions from the board. Next, persons wishing to speak in favor will have an opportunity to speak for up to 5 minutes, and then we'll ask for anybody that has questions or opposition to come forward and speak, and they will also have up to 5 minutes. If there are questions or oppositions, then the applicant will have up to 5 minutes to present a response. And finally, only one and only one person that was part of the with questions or opposition will be permitted to speak again, and we'll provide an opportunity if that occurs to let you confer regarding who would do that speaking on behalf of the opposition. And then at that point, we'll close the public hearing, open the public meeting, and the board will deliberate and determine an outcome. Timer is used to manage the speaking time. Karina Ochoa, our zoning board coordinator, will notify us when we have 1 minute remaining, and again when the speaker's time has expired. If you are participating by Zoom and wish to speak when the public input is being requested, please use the raise hand option, which can be found under reactions on a computer or the more menu on a phone. The chair will call you in turn. Also, please use the lower hand option when you have completed your question or comment. And also, please mute your microphone until you've been called upon to speak. Note that all votes that are taken during this meeting will be done by roll call. Tonight we will be hearing requests for special exceptions and area variances, I believe. Let's double check that. Yes. The special exception, I'll note, is a request that seeks permission to do something that the zoning ordinance permits only under special circumstances. To grant a special exception, 5 points of law are required to be met. These are outlined in the application and will be summarized in the board motions. Meanwhile, a variance is a request that seeks permission to do something that the ordinance does not directly permit. Variances also have 5 points of law to be met, but these are different from those of the special exceptions. Per the City of Nashua bylaws and State of New Hampshire revised statutes, a minimum of 3 or more affirmative votes are required to approve any application. In addition, this board will hear all scheduled cases if a quorum of 3 voting board members is present at this meeting, which we obviously already have. Any citizen has the right to contest the decision that this board makes. Should we render a decision that you believe is in error, you have the right to request a rehearing. A written rehearing request must be received by the City of Nashua Planning Department within 30 calendar days from the date of decision. We will typically also remind applicants of that as we close out their application. Should this board not grant a rehearing request, you can still file an appeal directly then to the New Hampshire Superior Court. Please contact Mr. Falk in the Planning Department for more information about that. Tonight for the meeting, we have actually our chair, Mary Ellen McKay, is on Zoom with us. Myself, Rob Shaw, again, the vice chair, Mr. J.P. Boucher, our clerk. We have our full-time member, Mr. Minkara, and our alternate member, Josh Nahili. with us as well. And then in addition to the board members, we also have staff with us. We have Mr. Carter Falk, Deputy Planning Manager. We have Ms. Kate Puer, who has been our zoning coordinator and is moving on to other positions in the planning department. And replacing her, and with us tonight also, is Ms. Karina Ochoa, the zoning coordinator. And we also, I know I had seen Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Matt Sullivan, our community development director, is present as well. Let us start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. For board members participating by Zoom, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you, which is required under the right to know law, and state the reason you are not attending in person. Mr. Boucher.
Present.
Mr. Mikara.
Present.
Mr. Neely.
Present.
Ms. McKay.
I'm present on Zoom, and there's no one in the room with me, and I'm not there because I still have this awful cough, and I did not want to cough on people, and it happens when I talk.
Sorry, thank you. Looks like we have a problem with maybe the audio coming through. I'm not sure if it's possibly your audio, Ms. McKay, or if it's the system, but it was, I could hear you, but it wasn't, I don't think most people in the audience probably could hear you.
Can you hear me now, Rob?
Yes, but it's the same, it hasn't changed. I mean, I think we can still move forward, but we might have to relay some of your comments, especially and/or questions if need be. So we have 5 members present with us tonight, so all members will be participating in all discussions and voting unless a member needs to recuse themselves. Mr. Falk, are there any changes to tonight's agenda?
Yes, there are. There is a rehearing request for 36 Granite Street. It was scheduled for tonight. That will be held on December 12th instead, and we'll do it then.
Yeah. All right. We are going to go ahead, and then I will open up the meeting with case number 1, which is City of Nashua as the owner. Jason Gagnon, Sousa Signs LLC is the applicant. The address is 840 West Hollis Street, Sheet D, Lot 54. The request is for the following special exceptions. One from Land Use Code Section 190-101, Table 101-7, to allow an electronic message center sign where they are not permitted in the R30 zone. Second, to exceed maximum height of a ground sign where 6 feet is permitted, 8 feet is proposed. Third, to exceed maximum area of sign, 10 square feet is permitted, 20.9 square feet is proposed. Fourth, to encroach 7 feet into the 10-foot required setback. Fifth, from Land Use Code Section 190-97, Section B, subsection 1, to allow electronic message center to exceed 50% of the size of the sign, where 100% is proposed. And sixth, from Land Use Code Section 190-97, Section B, subsection 2, to allow more than 3 lines of text, greater than 3 lines of text, as well as symbols, graphics, and images are proposed. This is in the R30 zone, Ward 5. If you could state your name and address for the record, you could proceed with the application.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Dan Hudson. I am the city engineer in the Division of Public Works. I'm here filling in tonight for Lisa Photo, our director. Unfortunately, she is sick tonight. Spoke to her a few different times today and wasn't good. I know there's a lot of things going around, so please bear with me as I fill in for her tonight. I am going to speak to the merits of the case, but first, I think to be informative, I'm going to call up Jason Gagnon of Sousa Signs, who can speak to what the sign is, what it looks like, that sort of thing. So at least we have that established, and then I'll follow him and speak to the various points of law that are required. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Jason.
And if you could say your name and address for the record.
My name's Jason Gagnon with Sousa Signs, 225 East Industrial Park Drive in Manchester, New Hampshire. And I am here with Sousa Signs, the sign company, and here to obviously chat about the sign itself. So one quick note, if I may. The drawings that have been submitted, there is an issue, I think, on page 2 where the setback, you have an improper, if you will, representation for as how close the sign will be to the road frontage. And also, if I may real quick, I do have a couple drawings that I figured I would pass out if allowable.
Oh, yeah, please, as long as you're okay with us holding on to them.
Yeah. So, of course, I'm going to grab 3.
We can share one here, and if you could actually leave one with staff, that would probably be helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, you can raise that microphone some, or you can even pull it out and use it as a hand tool.
Not a problem. Thank you. So the sign itself is going to be a combination of having, if you will, engineer like structural view, and it's going to have what we consider an EMC message center. The EMC unit itself is only going to be about 3 by 6 feet. The overall height of this sign is going to be about 8 feet, where the EMC unit is going to be roughly, if you will, about 6 feet overall out of grade. What the intent is for the sign is to allow for some messages that's going to help with the community development, or as far as showing public opinion, and my apologies. So the sign itself, the base unit is going to be made out of just standard construction materials, if you will. So you're going to have some stone veneer base or a cement veneer base. The letter sets that are going to be installed on it is going to have not only the address, but as well as the Nashua Public Works. The EMC unit itself is going to be externally illuminated, which will allow messages to go across the community as a whole, whether it's for weather or for community impacts. So I'm going to say, unfortunately, I'm going to, if that's all right, I'm going to turn it back over with any questions. If there are technical questions as far as what the sign's in itself, I will be more than happy to answer any of it. One of the big things that I like to say about the EMC unit itself is that when it comes to the lighting capabilities of it, you have multiple different settings. The settings for it is for a daytime brightness as well as a nighttime brightness. Nighttime brightnesses, if you will, are toned extremely low. What they end up doing is using about 25 to 30% of the light capacity, so that way when it does come viewing at nighttime, the sign is much dimly lit. A lot of the, if you will, the parking lights that are over the main roads, those are usually brighter in vibrancy as far as the brightness when it comes to visual impact for the sign itself. So.
Actually, Mr. Hudson, I'm going to ask you to pause, actually, because we have several aldermen that I believe all need to get downstairs for 7 o'clock. So I'd like to potentially go out of order with taking testimony so we can accommodate their schedule.
Thank you. We do have a full Board of Aldermen meeting downstairs, which starts fairly soon. So I submitted a letter.
Mr. Dowd, name and address for the record.
Alderman
You should know.
Dowd, Ward 2, 8 Ascot Park, Nashua. Again, I submitted a letter. I'm going to read it and maybe embellish a little bit of it. So, to the members of the Zoning Board of Adjustment, this evening you are hearing a case involving a new sign for the Division of Public Works, building at the Nashua landfill. The City of Nashua has consolidated all of the offices for the DPW in a newly constructed building at the Nashua landfill, and now requesting a sign that will serve multiple functions for this division. First, it will identify the location of the DPW building at the end of the new access driveway, so that citizens will know where the building is and that it's separate from the entrance to the landfill. Secondly, it will provide information to the public concerning various activities associated with the Department of Public Works, including hours of operation and occasional closures and occasionally department-specific information. This informational piece of the sign will be replacing the very large orange portable signs now being used at the entrance, which I think we can all agree are not great to look at. Those signs are far larger, noisier than the sign being proposed. Also, a new sign has to be able to exchange information to be totally useful, and in that regard will comply with that portion of the zoning laws for signage. City government is often criticized for not providing timely information to the public, and this sign will be one step in resolving part of that informational problem. Events such as collection of hazardous material, operating times for the building, city stroll, collection of changes for refuge pickup, etc., will be advertised on the sign. Without this sign, the DPW would still have to resort to the large portable orange sign in this area, and to provide the information, you could end up with two signs if some relief is not granted. It has been stated this sign would be out of character with the neighborhood. I disagree. The design of this new sign is in keeping with the exterior of the new building, and will be formally landscaped to add beautification, and close to the road would add beautification to the homes in the area. It's also been stated that this is a residential area and should not have signs. Again, I disagree. There is a sign just down the road for the entrance to the landfill, and there is another sign nearby for a Catholic church and a commercial grocery store with signs nearby. There are even more signs further west from this location. And I would point out that the proposed sign is far more neighborhood enhancing than the other signs mentioned. There is concern the sign is too big. Again, I disagree. As part of the building committee for this building, we discussed the size, location, and capabilities numerous times and arrived at a reasonably sized and functional sign that meets the needs above. Cars driven going by at 30 miles an hour must be able to read the sign clearly and safely. I respectfully ask you to provide relief required to prove the sign as proposed. Thank you for your consideration. One additional point I would make is there's some concern that the city had an agreement with not doing anything on those front properties that we acquired several years ago. I was part of that vote, and the vote was not to build any buildings. We're talking about a sign, and we already put in a driveway. There were several driveways there before. There was even a commercial building that we bought that had a business. So again, this sign is useful communication and will be tastefully done, and we ask for your serious consideration of this. Now I'll excuse myself as I go downstairs to the full board of Aldermen.
Can you hang on 1 minute just to see
Yes.
if there's any questions? Anybody have any questions? I don't think Ms. McKay does. I guess I do have one question.
Sure.
And that is regarding, because our code does not allow for any electronic messaging sign with graphics, it only allows for those to have the 3 lines of text changing every 5 seconds, if I recall right. I've made this argument many times, and many applications have come through, and I have not voted for any one of them yet. I guess, if nothing else, I'm going to make my plea to you as an alderman that I think this is something the aldermen need to address if we want to. And the city's come here with the Performing Arts Center and now with the DPW, that if we want to allow electronic messaging signs with changing graphics and all, we need to get something changed in the land use code, in my opinion. So I'm just wondering if you can either comment on that, or at least I offer it to you to take back to the board.
I agree. When that original legislation was passed, probably 10 years ago at least.
No, 20 years ago.
20 years ago.
Almost. Not quite.
Time flies.
Yeah.
Electronic signage was much different, wasn't as much LED, and I think the signs that were being imposed on us at that time were huge and had all kinds of flashing graphics and things. And so we put in some legislation that would sort of tame that at the time. But I think over time that more and more signage has been forthcoming that is electronic now, and I think it is probably time that we review that zoning. I might state that the city typically tries to adhere to our own laws, but we're not required to do so. But I just want to point out that we want to work with the city, work with the departments such as, and the zoning board to try and come up with a reasonable solution. Because these people have been, if you followed the building, these people have been in terrible conditions for decades. We finally built them a new building that is very nice, accommodating, and is an aid to everybody in the city when they go there to do business. And I think it's only fair that we give them a reasonable sign that goes along with the building.
Thank you.
All right? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening to the board. I'm Alderman-at-Large Michael O'Brien. I'm chairman of the Infrastructure Committee, and we were the group that did the supervision on this
And Alderman
particular
O'Brien,
project.
sorry, just your address for the record.
Oh, my address, 4 Woodfield Street, Nashua, New Hampshire. Cards and letters are appropriate if you want. You know, my birthday's coming up. But anyways, I agree with all the previous speakers on what was said, but there's something that I really want you to really consider. Well before my time coming up, prior, I was on the fire department, got appointed in 1981. And when I moved up to Nashua, the landfill was already in existence. I didn't pick it to be in Ward 5, it just happened to be in Ward 5. And so when we got this building together, and I'm proud to say the building came in under budget, beautiful. It's going to have a long life of approximately 7 years. And like what Alderman Dowd referred to, when we had workers that worked in the city that had some vermin crawling over their desk and everything at night, it was time to address that issue. So the capstone to this project, to make it really look good and appeasing and complimentary to the neighborhood, would be the sign. But it has another purpose, and that is the increased safety that I want to bring home to you particular people. There's got to be 2 entrances into the landfill area. One is going to be the regular drop-off that trucks are going through, other people are going through, and if anybody in the city has ever dropped off any type of refuge into the landfill, completely understand you need your head on the swivel around that particular parking lot while you get into the scale and everything as you go to the assigned area to drop off your stuff. This second entrance, which will be marked by the sign, clearly designate with the combination of what Alderman Dowd has brought up. Park Rec, which used to be up at the Greeley Park, now is going to be, now is at the landfill here. So if somebody's coming in for just a permit for their children to play soccer or something like that in league activities, they'll use the right entrance and increase the safety. They're not going to get in any jeopardy involved with trucks heading for the scale. So there's the safety aspect. Also, too, in this project, we're open to any type of compromise, but we haven't heard any type of compromise, such as hours of operation or anything else like that. If this was like something that was going to be really ugly, then I would agree with not, and I wouldn't bring this proposal forward. But again, I think it was nicely done, it was designed, it was approved by members of the Board of Aldermen, particularly the Infrastructure Committee, and thus we have it here before you this evening. So I think that you've got to receive other technical information, but, this went through other previous boards, and we're looking for the variance on this particular thing, because information is important. Unfortunately, we have lost the telegraph in our city. I love the telegraph, but how can we get certain type of information out there? And maybe this sign could help alleviate it. Does it equal or will replace the requirements of RSA 91A? No, but it will enhance, and it shows that the city is transparent and trying to get the information out. Thank you.
Any questions from the board?
Thank you.
Alderman Jettie, since I know we're down to the last 5 minutes before 7, I wanted to make sure, since you asked specifically, to give you the opportunity.
So my name is Ernest Jetty. Address is 15 Foxglove Court, Nashua, and I'm the alderman from Ward 5. So this application for special exceptions to allow an electronic messaging sign to be erected at 840 West Hollis Street, the site of the new Public Works building. The sign's location is in an R30 residential zone. So electronic messaging signs are not permitted in any residential zone. According to the application, the sign will be 8 feet high where a maximum of 6 feet is allowed. The proposed sign will have an area of 20.9 square feet where only 10 square feet is allowed. The sign will be 3 feet from the roadway when the law requires it to be 10 feet away. The electronic messaging center will take up to 100% of the sign, this is according to the application, and contain unlimited text, symbols, graphics, and images. Where electronic messaging signs are allowed, they are limited to 50% of the total area of the sign, and they're limited to 3 lines of text. Graphics and images are not permitted on any of these electronic signs where they are permitted. The city purchased the land where the sign will be located in 2012. The land consisted of 4 residential lots, which are situated between West Hollis Street and the landfill. The purpose of the land acquisition was to provide a buffer between the residential neighborhood and the landfill. But there was concern expressed by residents and several aldermen, including then Alderman-at-Large Jim Donchas, that the land might be used to expand the Public Works facility at that location and lead to further commercial development of this part of West Hollis Street. There was much debate during several meetings over a 6-month period. The resolution authorizing the purchase finally passed when the following language was added. The city shall not cause the properties to be developed except in conformance with the city's residential zoning regulations applicable to the neighborhood in which the properties are located. So when the authorization to purchase this land passed, that specific language was added to the resolution in order to get it passed. This was to protect the neighborhood from exactly what is happening. A few years ago, the DPW began the development and construction of a new administration building at the landfill. The building site was carefully located outside these 4 lots to avoid the prohibition contained in the purchase resolution. However, the driveway to the building was located in the restricted area, causing the removal of many trees which would have continued to provide a buffer from the new building. So I ask you to consider this property not the way the city has altered it, but remembering that it used to be, very wooded. You couldn't, if they had left these 4 lots untouched and not constructed the driveway where they did, used the existing driveway going into the landfill. And when you go into the landfill now with the existing, the previous driveway, which is still there, there is a right turn that you can take that goes right to this building. But the city insisted on this separate driveway, and when they did so, they removed a lot of trees, which now makes the building very visible from the road. Last year, the Joint Committee on Infrastructure, chaired by Alderman O'Brien, and the Board of Public Works voted to seek a variance to allow the construction of the sign. But City Corporation Counsel Steve Bolton issued an opinion that the variance would not be enough to avoid the bar created by the resolution authorizing the purchase. He said that although the variance would avoid the barriers imposed by the zoning ordinance, the proposed sign would still not be in conformity with the existing zoning regulations of the neighborhood as required by the resolution. So the idea of seeking a variance was dropped, but the Board of Aldermen, the Planning Board requested the Board of Aldermen to pass O23-051, which amended the sign ordinance. So under our current land use ordinance, it specifically says that the city is subject to the same regulations.
Alderman Jettie, just, we do normally only allow 5 minutes for testimony, so if you. And
Am I
you've already-
exceeding that?
You have already exceeded that, so if you could try to wrap up quickly here.
Okay, I'll,
And we are after 7, if that's also making a difference for you. I don't know how critical your timing is for downstairs.
okay. Well, thank you for pointing that out. So under the current zoning ordinance, the city has to abide by the same rules and regulations as everybody else. But the alderman passed this new ordinance, which allows the city to put a sign anywhere in the city for a governmental purpose. However, it has to be by special exception. And to grant a special exception, the zoning board must find that the requested use will not impair the integrity or be out of character with the district or the immediate neighborhood in which it is located. This sign, as proposed, this oversized electronic messaging sign is totally out of character with this residential neighborhood. For for people to point to the orange portable sign that is there now, that portable sign was supposed to be a temporary sign. It's been there for a long time. The city put that sign up there without getting a permit and is in violation of its own rules. And to say, we've got this ugly sign up there and this sign will be much nicer, is a false argument. The city's plan to build this oversized electronic messaging sign is totally out of character with this residential neighborhood. It's a violation of the city's promise to the residents written in its own resolution. It will defeat the purpose of providing a buffer from the Public Works facility and avoiding further commercialization of this part of West Hollis Street. The zoning board should deny the special exception, and the city should come back with a sign that conforms with the sign regulations for that neighborhood. The current sign at the entrance to the landfill is a good example of a sign which conforms to the sign ordinance. It is a tasteful, unlighted granite monument sign which fits in the neighborhood, and no one has ever complained that they can't find the landfill. And a similar sign would adequately identify where this new building is. You can see it from the road, and an appropriate sign within the regulations would be adequate. Besides what the ordinance says about special exceptions, the state law, RSA 674:33, Roman numeral 4, subparagraph A, says that all special exceptions should be made in harmony with the general purpose and interest of the zoning ordinance and shall be in accordance with the general or specific rules contained in the ordinance. So think about what our zoning ordinance says about signs, especially electronic messaging signs. You know, they're not allowed in residential neighborhoods, and you should not allow the city to put up this residential sign. The purpose of trying to provide more information, this is not the best location for that. It's almost in Hollis. It's on the edge of town. There are much more central locations that are in areas where electronic messaging signs are permitted, which would be better used for the purpose of informing the public with a sign. But there are other ways of informing the public. So thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Mr. Nealon?
Alderman, would you say that the root of your concern is the messaging, the electronic messaging, rather than the size of the sign? I mean, there's quite a few asks here on these exceptions, but it sounds like your biggest concern is the graphics and the images. Is that a fair statement?
I think that would be the most out of character part of this sign. You know, the electronic messaging part of it. You know, the other, the height, why they need, why it should be 2 feet higher than what is permitted, and why the area should be twice as large as what is permitted, is also objectionable. But yes, the main concern is the electronic messaging part of this.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are you part of,
I'd like to have my piece on this sign situation.
we will invite testimony from anybody that's concerned. I'm just was needing to accommodate the aldermen because of the meeting they have downstairs. But we will, we're actually going to go back and let the applicant finish their application, and then we will open up for testimony both for and against. So you'll have an opportunity. Thank you for the kind of unusual kind of timing with tonight's.
Certainly, it's well understood that people are busy, and we wanted to hear from them, so I'm happy to do that. Again, for the record, Dan Hudson, I'm a city engineer. So Jason spoke briefly to the sign design and handed out a rendering, which is, I think, very informative. We believe that the sign, just to follow up on that, we believe the sign's an attractive sign. As Alderman Dowd spoke to, it's made out of the same materials as the building, so it ties in well with the building. It's masonry, and then has some metal accents, and then has the electronic messaging portion, which we, has been spoken to, and we can further address. But we believe it's well designed and will be an attractive sign and not detract from the corridor. So I guess I'll return to the approval criteria. I know there's other speakers that will speak to various aspects, both for and against this application, but I'd like to just go through the points of law, so to speak, and speak to each one of them. So under 190-34F, the criteria is listed. First criteria is that the requested use is listed as a special exception in the use matrix, and is permitted or is permitted as a special exception by another provision of this chapter. Section 190.110.1 of the city ordinances explicitly establishes that signs proposed to be erected by the city of Nashua related to a governmental use are permitted in every zoning district by special exception. And that's why we're here tonight. Part B, the requested use will not create undue traffic congestion or unduly impair pedestrian safety. The sign by itself will certainly not create any congestion. In fact, it'll reduce congestion by providing proper direction to the traveling public, identifying the public works facility, which the facility is separate from the landfill. I mean, it's one big property, but various times a day, that separate entrance needs to be used for accessing this facility only. There's uses distinct from the landfill uses. There's a sidewalk across the street that's not in proximity to the sign, so we don't believe there'll be any impact to pedestrian safety. C, the requested use will not overload any public water, drainage, sewer systems, or any other municipal system to such an extent that the requested use or developed use in the immediate area or in any other area of the city will be unduly subjected to hazards affecting health, safety, or the general welfare. We don't believe there'll be any impacts to any public water, drainage, sewer, or developed use in the immediate area. The use won't create any hazards, as noted. In fact, we believe it will positively affect public health, safety, general welfare, given that the messaging capability that we're requesting will be provided. We provide general information that can be shared as well as various other items. Part D, any special regulations for the use set forth in this article are fulfilled. There are no special regulations set forth for this type of use. 190.110.1 was established recognizing that municipal signs are a very unique entity. They're not like other signs. Governmental signs are therefore held to a different standard due to their inherent nature of being a governmental use on governmentally owned and occupied land. This sign is ancillary to the approved use of the property for the Consolidated Division of Public Works facility. And the city has an inherent need for electronic messaging. No static sign alternative would meet that need. We're not going to be able to go out there and change letters on a board manually to get the messaging out that needs to be gotten out to the community. It's very important for us to communicate with the citizens we serve. We push out a lot of information for events, public safety, emergency messaging, and others will speak to these things. This sign is just one piece of our informational puzzle that needs to be solved. Snow emergencies, soft yard waste, oversized item pickup, Christmas tree overflow, pickup during the holidays, household hazardous waste, spring cleanup. I mean, you've all seen the signs and recognize the information that we're circulating and providing to the community. Not everybody has other means to get that information. We have received a lot of positive feedback for those signs because not everybody is on the internet and or checking other things. You know, and unfortunately, our local newspaper is reduced also. So a lot of information needs to get out there, and this is a very effective way to get out there. And these signs we've strategically placed throughout the city on the various corridors, entering into the city, exiting the city, and internal. So we believe that this is a critical piece of how we communicate with the public, and it's only appropriate that messaging be provided right there at the Division of Public Works headquarters in addition to other locations throughout the city. And Part E, the requested use will not impair the integrity or be out of character with the district or immediate neighborhood in which it's located, nor be detrimental to the health, morals, or welfare of the residents of the city. Division of Public Works has operated a facility at the subject property for many, many years, as was spoken to, being the landfill property. We're not new to the neighborhood. We know that it's important to be a good neighbor. The proposed sign is an accessory use to the established governmental uses on the site and won't further impact the neighborhood. The sign has been thoughtfully designed, will be constructed of the same materials as the building, as I noted, that it supports, and we believe will be attractive. Although the use isn't residential, and we are in the residential zone, it's also not commercial, and therefore won't set any kind of a precedent for allowing such signs for commercial uses along the corridor. It's a governmental use, and that's why the separate section of the ordinance has been established for such signs. Although the West Hall Street passes through the residential corridor, it's currently a vehicle-centric corridor, and we're working to make it less so as we embark on a corridor study to try to enhance the bicycle and pedestrian uses of the corridor, but it is a vehicle-centric corridor, sorry. There's just no way around that. And there's numerous signs along the corridor of a similar size and scale to the proposed sign. We understand the concern about the electronic message portion of that. That's new. That's unique to this facility, but signs of the scale of this sign are not uncommon along the corridor at all. I haven't measured all of them, but I'm fairly certain there are plenty that are of a similar or a greater scale and size of this sign. There are many signs along the corridor, both for residential uses and commercial uses. Some of them contain lighting that, as far as I know, is on all night. I came over in the dark tonight, now that clocks have been set back and the dark is early, but there was, more than half a dozen signs that were fully lit up. So yes, the electronic messaging is different than that, but there are plenty of signs that have lighting and are of a large scale on the corridor. That's not new, and we're consistent in that along the corridor. And just, again, in closing, we believe the proposed sign will not be detrimental to the health, morals, or welfare of the residents of the city. Rather, it will improve the public health and welfare through the sharing of the information that we share. With that, I don't know if you'd like me to address any questions, or if you'd like to go to public input.
No,
but
the board will have questions. Yeah. Mr. Minkara, please.
A couple of related questions. First, just how did you arrive at the size and dimension of the sign? And secondly, what was it that made you feel that the addition of symbols, graphics, and images was necessary?
Those are very good questions, and again, I'm kind of filling in, so I don't have all the background on the history of the sign, although I do know. There was a design team for the building that also vetted designs for the signs. I think as I might have alluded to earlier, alternatives were considered, but really this was the only alternative to get the messaging out. The graphics, I think, as Alderman Dowd spoke to, it's just kind of a function of the signs nowadays, or capability. I don't know that there's necessarily any desire to flash up a bunch of graphics or anything like that, but the renderings are a good example of it. It shows some text with some modest graphics. So we're just not, we haven't excluded that portion of the sign capability from our request, but we will seek to be respectful and in that respect in terms of graphic usage. Did I miss that portion of your questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Neely?
The location is 3 feet from the roadside. Why that spot now? Why back the full 10 feet?
Thank you, that's a good question. So the right-of-way is fairly wide out there. So the location is 3 feet back from the right-of-way, not the edge of the road. It's quite a distance off the edge of the road. I don't know if people have been out there and seen where it's staked out, but it's a long way from the edge of the road. But yes, it is short of the 10-foot offset per the regulation. I would note that there's a jog in the right-of-way right at the driveway. Further to the east of us, the right-of-way line is actually 5 feet closer to the road, and then it jogs. We looked at which side of the driveway to put the sign on, and it was decided for visibility reasons it made more sense to put it on the west side. Unfortunately, that's where the right-of-way is a little more expansive. So yeah, we're not meeting the 10-foot requirement. Had we been on the other side of the driveway, we'd be at 8 feet, so we'd be a lot closer, but we do understand technically we're not meeting that. I had my city surveyor and senior traffic engineer go review the sign. Originally, we were considering putting it even closer to the road because it is set back quite a ways from the road. But the line of sight visibility was of concern, so we measured out the appropriate sight distance, or I had them do that, and then we decided that was a good offset where visibility will be maintained, but the sign also will be within reasonable proximity of the road so that motorists will see it as they drive by.
So from what we have heard from one of the aldermen and certainly some letters we've gotten from the public, it sounds like most folks' concern is with the flashing graphics. If this doesn't happen, is there a plan B for that sign?
Not really. I mean, as I said, the design process was undertaken, and it was decided that this was the appropriate sign for what we need to accomplish. Yes, we should have a sign so people can find the driveway and get to our facility. That's a given. I'm sure everybody, understood as we went through the planning board process and as the joint committee met on the building design and all those things, that a sign was inevitable. We were going to have a sign on the corridor, right, for our site. But again, we really do believe that that messaging that we provide has a great public value. And there's certainly, to meet the full requirements of the residential zone, 10 square foot sign, and all the other various things. It's really not, it really wouldn't be a sign in character with the facility or with the use. So that's why we are asking for what we're asking for.
Any other questions from the board? I have a question just regarding clarification on illumination. Obviously the electronic messaging sign is internally lit, but is there any external illumination, especially for the masonry part of the sign?
So yeah, my understanding, and Jason can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is there is, along the metal cap plate, there's some LED lighting under there. The night rendering kind of shows it, but that downward face is on the masonry, which then has the metal text with the National Public Works, and the same, I think, is true for the address, the actual street address.
I see it. It just wasn't kind of making the connection. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think it was spoken to, but these new signs have a lot of capability. They have various dimming levels and that sort of thing, and we'll certainly work with the community. I mean, if people find them objectionable, we can make adjustments, make them dimmer, even turn them off, certainly turn them off when we don't need them, that sort of thing. So we'll continue to be respectful of input we get, but we really do feel that we need this electronic messaging portion of the sign included.
I think that's it for questions from the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sullivan, you look like you also maybe have a time constraint here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Matt Sullivan, Community Development Director. I do. I also wondered if the board might indulge me. I wanted to just offer a few factual clarifications based on some comments made this evening from other speakers. So I don't want to speak in favor nor against the application, and just offer some clarifying comments if I may. To that end, I do want to point out specifically that relative to the past history of the site, and particularly the residential restrictions on the properties that existed at the time that the Board of Aldermen actually chose to proceed with securing the properties. That's absolutely true. Alderman Jetty's comments are accurate. What I do want to point out is that the application in front of you in no way violates the acquisition of the property, nor is there any deed restriction on the property that limits the usage of a portion of it for a governmental use, nor frankly for commercial use. I would acknowledge, though, that there was conversation at that time that's clearly reflected in the minutes, that there was an intent to respect the residential character of that area, but I want to be clear that there's no restriction on the property for the record. I also want to just note that Alderman Dowd had made a comment, and I want to offer a slight clarification on what he said, and I hope he won't punish me for this, but the city is absolutely fully subject to its regulations. You know that better than any other group within the city. But I will point out that in the same way there was a deliberate action by the Board of Aldermen to establish 190-2, which holds the city accountable to its own regulations, there was in fact a very deliberate action by the Board of Aldermen just months ago to specifically put municipal signage through a separate process by a special exception, which is of course a permitted use subject to special conditions under New Hampshire state law. And so clearly the municipality is subject to its own regulations, but there is an alternative standard in the case of municipal signage that does not otherwise conform to the zoning ordinance. And I know that you know that, but I just wanted to clarify for the record that that is in fact the case. I also wanted to just acknowledge the fact that there's been significant concern expressed by both the abutters and by other individuals about there being a bit of a slippery slope in place here in the event that some components of the special exception request are granted, and that there might be a commercialization of the corridor should a portion of or all of these requests be granted. And I just want to affirm for the record that this in no way changes any of the underlying residential zoning along the corridor. It will all be maintained in the future. This is specifically being submitted as a governmental sign to that exempt process and the special exception process. So I want to put those fears to rest that at least at this time, there's no change to modify the zoning along that corridor. I certainly accept, and I'm sure we'll hear later this evening, some concerns from abutters that think this may be a slippery slope, but I want to assure all of you that it's not in that regard. And finally, I just want to make one perhaps maybe more subjective comment, if the board will entertain it. And that is simply that to affirm a comment made by Engineer Hudson, this is a unique property in the sense that the right-of-way line is a bit unusual here. And it means that there's sort of a conflict between the need to have a sign that's visible from the public right-of-way, but also of an appropriate dimension from the public right-of-way. And so because this sign is sort of pushed towards the back of the lot or off of the right-of-way, one could argue that there's a need for an increased dimension of any sign, whether it be an electronic messaging sign or a static sign, simply so that it can be seen from the right-of-way. And so I just note that sort of special condition of the property. And then lastly, there was a comment made relative to the portable orange signs that are currently in front of this facility. I want to clarify that those signs are in the public right-of-way, and therefore they're not subject to the zoning ordinance. And so there was sort of this feeling that those are violating the sign ordinance as it exists. They're actually not. They're subject to encumbrance permitting or the like, or an exemption from the Department of Public Works. And so those orange signs as they exist today are fully permissible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We're first going to take testimony for anybody that wants to speak in favor of this application.
You're not going to find that here.
Just, can you please, one thing I want to ask, sir, and this goes to anybody in the audience, we only entertain communication with folks at the podium, first of all, because everything for this meeting is recorded. And I would appreciate not having comments made regarding opinions about things. I appreciate you have concerns, and you'll have your opportunity. But we also have a procedure we follow that's very much dictated. We are a quasi-judicial body. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. I am talking, and I am in control of this meeting, and I just got done saying I wouldn't entertain any conversation from the audience. If you cannot abide by that, I will ask you to leave this hearing. So please, stop now, and you can have your testimony when your time comes, but I will not put up with this. Thank you. So, I want to again say, this body is a quasi-judicial body. We have to act like a body of, more like a court than anything. We have rules to follow. We have to follow the zoning ordinances, and we judge things based on the law and what the special exceptions, area variances, if the criteria are met. That is our job, to render decisions based on the testimony we are given. So, I want to make that clear. And part of our procedure, and I apologize, but we do try to, and we normally do accommodate Board of Aldermen members when they have a meeting downstairs that runs in conflict with this meeting, to give testimony ahead of time, even sometimes on cases that are being heard later in an agenda. So that is a long-standing practice, and it is part of what the chair is also authorized to do in this forum. So I know this first case has maybe seemed a little awkward. It was due to trying to make those accommodations. We've just finished the application presental by the applicant. And now, again, I'm just seeking first, as we go through our normal procedure, testimony for, then we'll seek testimony against. So I think I saw one or two hands go up for testimony in support. So if one of you wants to come up, please feel free, and then you'll each have your turn. You each have up to 5 minutes. And also, please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, good evening. My name is Emily Marticello. I'm the Director of Emergency Management here in the city of Nashua. Matt and I also have to run to the Board of Aldermen meeting. I wanted to speak in support of the sign, and I wanted to address a few of the questions that you had relative to the size and why we need the graphics. So one of my jobs in the city is to ensure that our public is informed during emergencies, and our Public Works Department is one of our key first responders in the city. You don't have to go far in a snow emergency to know that people don't know there's a snow emergency. So our signs are a key network to make people aware when there's emergency, to include the variable message signs, and having this fixed sign will add to our network. There was concerns about the size. Size equals accessibility. We need signs that everyone can see and read. I'm wearing glasses right now. Some others are wearing glasses, or contacts rather. So the size of the sign was carefully scoped so it was accessible to all who are going to need to access what will be sometimes emergency messaging on those signs. Just like those big orange signs are the size for that reason, it's because when people are reading them from vehicles, we need them to be a safe size so that people can read them while still maintaining their driving ability. So again, these signs are key to our network of emergency alerting that we have throughout the city, both fixed signs and portable signs. And this will, like Dan mentioned, be on a major corridor where there's traffic, where we need to get out emergency messaging. I also want to talk about the symbols. Language is not accessible to everyone, so when we go back to sometimes we need to communicate and give people some symbology to communicate when there's an emergency. So there are some languages that require symbols within them that I don't even know what they're called, but there are symbols within the languages, and we want to make sure we're making all of our messaging accessible in our most common languages across the city, and sometimes for some folks, language is a barrier, and we might want to use some common emergency symbology, which is a very researched area, that alerts people when we might have things like a boil water notice. That isn't, people don't know what that is, but when you can use symbols, you can alert people that there's a hazard. So I don't think these symbols are going to be used willy-nilly. I don't think the graphics are intended, but these signs give us a lot of capability, and it wouldn't behoove us to go and then ask in an emergency for an exception to be able to use these symbols in a life-threatening situation. The last thing I want to say is we want to build a sign for the future. So we're putting this sign in, and we want it to have a great use life, and we want to be able to put in the technology we have now that we're going to be able to use in the future. And like I said, it's an important part of our network of emergency alerting within the city. That's what I have.
Any questions from the board? Mr. Neal?
Can you tell me where else is there a similar sign in the city that displays what you were just describing?
No, this would be the first sign of its capability that will give us all of those accessibilities. However, we are working on procuring new portable variable message boards that, as Director Sullivan mentioned, would go in the right of way that will have this type of capability. You'll see them, DOT is putting up signs that have these type of symbology capabilities. So these are the signs of the future that give us the capability to link to our existing network. We can send the messages across the city. We don't have to send someone out to program them, or back in the day, we don't have to go and put the letters up. So again, this would be one of the first signs that we have that gives us that type of capability, but I'm not going to purchase a variable message board in the future that isn't going to give us that capability, because again, accessibility and equity is what we're going for when we're sending emergency alerts.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else to come on up, sir? Name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Board. My name is Brian Kenny. I'm a captain with the Police Department here in Nashua, 28 Officer James Roach Drive. And I'm here in support of the sign. And very briefly, if I may, the Police Department very often advertises things for our needs in partnership with the folks at DPW who allow us to utilize the signs. In my division, we commonly will advertise police tests, open job positions, and I can tell you, I can speak to the effectiveness of an electronic sign, albeit we were using the big orange lunky ones, but they are effective. Every time we advertise on the sign for job applications, we do see in our surveys that people are seeing the sign. Every year, we advertise the DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration Drug Take Back Day. that is advertised on that sign on West Hollis Street. That is a largely elderly population that does show up. I've personally seen it and talked to the folks that show up to turn in those drugs, and a lot of them do get notified of that message on that sign. So I can speak to the effectiveness of a sign on a main road like West Hollis Street. And lastly, from a public safety standpoint, with our partnership with DPW, it does allow us effective messaging in an emergency situation. If we were to have a lost child, an Alzheimer's patient, or any other public emergency that we needed to get something out in an emergency, we would be able to effectively do that through our contacts at DPW, and it would hit a large number of people with the amount of traffic that goes through West Hollis Street. Thank you.
It's a semi-related question. I'm
Yes,
just
sir.
kind of curious if we have any relation with the state. Like, I know we have the one sign that's right near the FAA on southbound the Turnpike, and I can't think if we have any others in the city. But do we have any opportunity to utilize those for any of those emergency types of things that are specific to the city, or are those pretty much controlled by the state and we don't have?
I believe they're controlled by the state, but it would surprise me if we didn't have
Like
access.
for a silver alert or amber alert or one of those.
Correct,
like,
correct.
like-
I know we do have the contacts to utilize them. I don't have that contact off the top of my head, unfortunately. But, Amber Alert, things like that, certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Coming up. You can lower the mic.
I'm a little shorter. Thank you very much. My name is Paul Shea. I'm a commissioner on the Board of Public Works. I live at 10 Marion Lane here in Nashua, New Hampshire. I came to say a lot of things that have already been said. I sat on the building committee, the building update committee with Alderman Dowd and Alderman O'Brien on a weekly basis, both in the trailer and by Zoom. And I can speak to two things, and we can carry on. But the first thing I'd like to speak to is that the design for this sign was very deliberative. We had an initial concept, and we gave feedback to the vendor to come back to us with a reduced size, something that would be understated. We also had a joint special committee where this was discussed at length. Opinions were given, and we discussed how we could best do this. And we took that information back to the committee and back to the designers to pare it down and also be in consideration of, and forgive me, I might be getting this wrong, but like the Dark Skies Initiative. So there is that the, yeah, so the Dark Skies Initiative is an effort to reduce light pollution to allow for better access to astronomers, amateur and professional and otherwise, or people just gazing at the stars. And that is why the sign is designed in such a way that the physical material part of it, the lettering and whatnot, is downlit as opposed to uplit. And with the current technology with these signs and the ability to dim them, we are not going to be in a mortgage specialist situation where it is blaring and hurting people's eyes and interfering with my astigmatism. The technology has come a long way. We also discussed at length openness to setting a certain time frame where it is not operating in the middle of the night when there is low traffic. And we are trying to get both the people in the middle of the day who are coming to the landfill and also people who are on their commute on the way to school and on the way home at the end of the day. This sign does not need to be on at night, further complementing its ability to be in compliance with Dark Skies ideas, but also to reduce the potential for any sort of interference in the neighborhood. The other piece that I can speak to is that this will be tremendously useful in terms of communicating with the community. I know that we've talked about that a lot already tonight, but I'd just like to speak to the idea that with our divided attention, with a lack of substantial coverage from the local newspaper with people on their phones, scrolling through social media. We are looking at so many things, and it is so hard to get people's attention. And even if you get something in front of them on their little phone, it goes by in the blink of an eye, and it's gone, and it's not something that is substantial to them. When you're on the road and you see a big sign like this, and it's a new message, and it's familiar territory, but there's something different, it allows you to attend to it and become aware. Further, if we are to use symbols or simple pictures, it's going to catch attention. You see words, letters everywhere. You're reading everything all day, and if you have an icon or something that catches your attention, a prescription bottle for when you are disposing of medications, a paint can for when you're disposing of hazardous materials, or an American flag when we are advertising the 4th of July fireworks. All of that will attend people to the sign, give them an initial impression of what it's about and that it's worth reading, and give them the increased likelihood that they'll retain the information.
1 minute.
Those are the two things I really wanted to speak to, the deliberative process of coming up with this design as it is, and the importance of this as a tool for communication in a time when our attention is so divided. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin Moriarty, 22 Raymond Street, Nashua. I'm also a Public Works Commissioner, been on the board for 12 years, and the board is in favor of this sign, as it should be pretty obvious. The joint committee was made up of 4 aldermen and the full board of Public Works that designed and built the new Public Works building, including the roadway and the sign that we're proposing. At the start, Alderman Jetty was opposed to the sign due to, he thought there was a violation of the previous owners, and that has been talked about already. I just wanted to say that as soon as that came up, we took it to the city attorney to review the contract that the city had with the property owners, and he found no violation with the roadway or the sign. So yes, we're in favor of it. It's a win-win for the city, this municipal sign. I mean, you saw tonight where there's going to be various departments using the sign, not only Public Works, but the police, fire, and emergency management, should the need be. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak in favor?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tim Cummings. I'm the Administrative Services Director for the city. If I may speak for a few moments, and I apologize, my camera isn't working this evening, and I'm home. I'm a little under the weather. I just want to take a few moments to, I was going to speak to a lot of the points that have been previously mentioned, so I'll skip over that. I was part of the design team. When the sign was selected, Member Shea did a wonderful job in terms of outlining the design selection process. All I'll add, though, is we took the corridor into consideration. We wanted to make sure the sign was proportional and representative to the corridor. And so the designs that were selected, or ultimately this sign that was selected, kept that kind of criteria in the back of its mind. I believe we're here before you this evening, not seeking a variance, but a special exception, which really means that we need to ensure that there's harmony with this, with the surrounding area. I believe this sign actually accomplishes that. What we're really here tonight talking about is new technology. And our design professionals and experts have advised us that this is the direction that signage is going. And it would be a misuse of public funds if we didn't plan for this electronic type of messaging sign when we're building a monument sign to the proportions and to the like that we have in terms of the design we are putting in front of you. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that you act favorably on this application this evening. I could continue on talking about all the public service announcements and how it could be used favorably, but I think others before me have expressed those sentiments in great detail, so I don't need to continue on. The only other comment I would make, though, is it has been proven time and time again by transportation professionals that communication for people who are using the road network is one of the most or best uses that the public service professionals such as myself can do in terms of getting messaging out to let people know about various hazards or in the roadway so they can seek alternative options. And that type of messaging is, according to studies, the most favored upon type of efforts that a transportation community can provide. So this type of sign would add to that. And so I would be remiss not pointing that out as well. Being able to communicate to the public to help talk about the various types of transportation issues in the road network and how you could mitigate that is something that I know the general public typically finds very, very well received. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your time tonight.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on Zoom to speak in favor? Okay, seeing none. Now we'll open up for those with questions, concerns, or opposition. Welcome to come on up, sir. And again, the usual protocol. Actually, there's somebody else already coming up.
Yeah.
And just ask you to state your name and address for the record.
First of all, I want to apologize for getting out of order. I didn't mean to do that. My name is Anthony Lea. That's L-E-A. I live at 860 West Hollis Street. I am the neighbor of the Department of Public Works. There isn't anybody in here that's closer to the Department of Public Works than I am, and they're on the payroll. The Department of Public Works did a great job. They felt that there was going to be opposition to this. They brought everybody in, everybody that I can think of that's on payroll, all right? But here's the situation. When the city decided to put a fire training center behind my house, all right, I didn't oppose that permit. When the city went and bought 2 pieces of property, which brought the city dump recycling center closer to my property and depreciate my house, I went to Donna Lee, and she said, no, we're not going to do anything there. It's beautifying the neighborhood because those 2 houses are a little bit run down. I said, well, why don't you put a dog park there? You want to beautify? Oh, no, we're not going to do anything there, but we promise nothing will happen there. It's just going to be more abutment to the dump. So now we've got Department of Public Works. If you go into the recycling center, you'll see Quonset huts, and Quonset huts, and Quonset huts. Housing equipment. What's the next permit going to be? You need to put a diesel refueling center there. There are no signs. The city rules say no signs. The Department of Public Works knew this when they put the building in. Are you telling me that, well, we got this one by, we're going to, nobody will show up. Maybe Mr. Lea will show up, and then we can, dismiss him. Well, you're not going to dismiss me because I'm going to tell you something. You want to compare a sign like what you're trying to do right now to my church sign? You're all wrong. The only person that came up here and spoke truthfully about what your job is Alderman Jetty, all right? Not only do you violate the rules, you violate them and add more to it. I'm going to give you an example of something. You're 1 mile from the city line to that sign. Who are you influencing? Everybody that's coming in from Hollis and Pepperell to go to Route 3 to get to work? If you put that sign where you plan on putting that sign, everybody who goes to the dump on Saturday will not see that sign. You want to put a sign that's going to do something for Public Works? Then you put it either side of 505 West Taller Street, all right? You put it in the lot that the city owns, and it's overgrown, and you could put a triangled sign there. You get everybody going in and out of to the school, the stadium, the ice skating ring, the jobs down there. You get everybody coming from West Taller Street in either direction. You're not gonna get anybody to read a sign that's from here to there, away from where they're going, which is into the dump. No one's going past that. No one's going past that. I live past it. And you want to talk about can't find it? Well, everybody out in every other city is able to find the dump. Everybody in every city other than Nashua is able to find where our dump is because they're going there. There's fights, or has been fights there, over stuff that I've left for people who are less fortunate. And then you get fights going on as to who got it first. And they don't even live in the city.
1 minute.
All right? What are they doing in our dump? I'm just, at this point right now, all I want to say is the Department of Public Works has not been a good neighbor. When those two pieces of property by Donna Lee was purchased, I had to come up here and speak to the mayor regarding the fact that the city dumped on that property road material, pipelines, you name it, tractor trailer trucks of equipment they put into that area. I had to go down to the city hall with other neighbors and say, enough is enough. This is all visible to the street. You didn't put it in the back. You had plenty of places to put it in the back. You had plenty of places to put it at Department of Public Works, all right? Where a sign should be, you don't want to put a sign. Where a sign, you want to put, makes no sense. No sense. And you're going to put more of these signs up?
Right.
Where? In no sensible area? I don't understand this. You want to put a sign up? I'm for it. Amber alerts, silver alerts, you name it. But put it right in front of the police station, big enough, close enough to the street, or take that other piece of property, the other side of 505 West Hollow Street that you own and you haven't maintained, all right? It's overgrown, and put a sign there. Put a nice little piece of landscaping and flowers there.
Your 5 minutes is up. I don't know if you have any last things to add, but if you could wrap up.
You all set? You have any questions for me?
Let's see.
Or do you think I'm just crazy? Because I'm going to tell you something. Not a single person here gave you justification to put a sign there to do anything. And if you want a sign that says this is where the Department of Public Works is, the recycling center has a nice granite sign that no one misses. And there's no reason to put anything different there.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
My name is John Richard. I'm a lifelong resident of Nashua. I live at 6 Calico Circle. That's right adjacent to the dump, about a half a mile inland towards the river. And we've been out there, my wife and I, for 48 years. So we've seen a lot of changes along that corridor. We were always promised, a few years ago, they're going to change some of the R30 zoning to industrial to be able to get some things out there. And a group of aldermen took a tour of our road, West Hollow Street, Route 111, and 130 Broad Street, and declared then, I know there's no law to that, it's just like good faith, as this gentleman was talking about, that those are two residential corridors and should remain that way without a lot of industrial and commercial growth. And we always believe that. And this sign is like a crack that goes in. And once you get that in, you end up, I remember long enough what Daniel Webster Highway used to look like, and that was just a Green Ridge Turkey Farm back in those 2 lanes and nothing. The same thing with 101, a real simple road. You now have, that is like, it looks like Las Vegas. Now, I know that's not the intention of the special ordinance, but once you put a crack in the ointment and the bill, it's going to break it open to everybody. Everybody says, well, they've got it and they've got it. My wife and I took a ride in tonight, and I should have videoed it. The signs along the way are nothing like what's proposed. They're church signs with a light on it. There's like Westgate with like a real discreet little sign, a school with a little glass sign. You don't get anything down to what he said, like Route 505 West Hollis Street. And there, the informational signs are very important, because one of the notes I had from the people talking was that the information from the landfill to Hollis is like 2 miles away. You're not going to get anybody. Everybody's going home. They're done. Unless you want to get, Hollis people to know what's happening in Nashua. It's not there. I think an informational sign like that should be earlier on. I agree with that vacant lot. That's where they put all the hiring signs, the police signs, everybody goes out there. And the sign we have now at West Hollis Street, is Alderman Jetty talked about, we thought was a temporary sign. It's a big black sign about the size of this. We thought that was just to show the new entryway to the new buildings. Well, that's been there for probably about a year now, with nobody giving approval for that, and that's been there. I think that's wrong. I think we should have it in. And the signs, if it's an informational sign, it should just say West Hollis Street, 848, the buildings that go there, and that's it. And if they want to call, the number's at the bottom, and do it. I'm afraid of what's proposed is like a flashing blue, green, red graphics, what was described in the paper. You're going to have another flashing sign going on there in an area that we've lived in that is really residential. There's nothing out there at all that deserves that kind of visibility. It's not there. The only time I ever came here before is like they were going to have tannery sludge from the tannery in Nashua, if anybody was here that long, and they were going to dump it in the landfill. We got a big group of neighbors up together then, because they found in that sludge it was like toxic material and could cause danger, so they ended up shipping it somewhere else. Well, this sign can be just as toxic to the neighborhood. Once that goes in, I'm afraid what's going to happen all along that corridor, which is a residential corridor along with Broad Street, and I'd like to keep it that way. And I know that's all I have to say, is that I'm worried about the chink in the armor. Once it breaks, it's gone, and once you break it, you own it. And I don't think there's any need for it. I don't see the need for the informational piece. That should be further towards the city where people need it. What you were saying, not Alderman, but Mr. Shaw, those things on the highway that light up and the emergency, that's what we should have in Nashua, where people can see it, not 2 miles before they get to Hollis. It should be near us, downtown, get it going. So for that kind of expense, I don't see it. The granite block that was put in there like 10 years ago was put in without any zoning at all. The former DPW director did it because he had extra money in a budget and put in a big stone, a couple of spotlights on it, and that happened. But that was never approved by anybody, if anybody remembers when that happened. And no problem. So I just think that if you're really conscious, I know the law and the statistics and stuff, but that what they talked about was the deeding of that property, as that gentleman said, and Ernie Jetty talked about. There was no intention for that. It was supposed to be a buffer. And we have to believe our politicians. When they tell you something, you should believe what they have to say. So when they say it's just be a buffer, don't worry about anything, and then they do that, that's a big deal to me when you lose faith in your government officials and stuff. So I'm hoping that you guys will step forward and take care of us, because it doesn't seem right. And if it were to be different, as you had mentioned earlier, Mr. the idea of like the size and signage, when it can be on, those are all things that should be considered as well if you should go that route. I'm hoping it's denial, or much less a sign, but there's other issues that could be brought up. Thank you. I don't know if you have any questions for me, but that's just a lifelong resident, but that's it. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else want to speak with questions, concerns, or opposition? Come on up, Sarah.
Good evening. My name is John Hilliard. My address is 847 West Hollis Street, right across the street from this new entrance that you put in there. And I've been looking at that sign all summer long, all spring, for the last few months, I guess. And I don't like what I see now, and I'm not going to be happy probably with this new sign that you're proposing. But my issue is, how's this? I have a lot of questions concerning this. How is the sign being oriented? Is it going to be perpendicular to the road so you can see from both the east direction and the west direction? Or is the sign just illuminated on one side, so you're going to have it on an angle, so it's going to be pointed directly towards my house, since I'm kitty corner, I'm right across from this sign right now. And I appreciate the city turning off the lights, at least at night right now. The lights go off at 10:30, they come on at 5 in the morning. around that time. That's very nice. You don't have to have the lights on all night, nor are they needed to be on all night unless you need them for security. But I just want to let you know, I'm not really in favor for this. I would much rather have had a sign similar to the other entrance. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hang on a second. I can answer your question because it's in the application, but the sign is going to be perpendicular to the road, so it'll be facing traffic, and it'll be, visible from both directions for traffic, but it means it should actually not be facing you straight across the street, so.
So it's going to be perpendicular and it's going to have the signs operating on both sides?
Yes, yes.
Okay, that wasn't clear about that.
Yeah, I know, it can be sometimes
Yeah.
hard to decipher all this
Yeah.
information, but that is the.
The intent is so you can get cars coming in from Hollis and people going back to Hollis. As the gentleman is saying, it's like, it's in the wrong location if that's what you really, the purpose of the sign is to communicate to the residents of Nashua. So,
Thank you.
but thank you very much for answering that question.
Anybody else with questions, concerns, or opposition? Anybody on Zoom that wants to speak with questions, concerns, or opposition to the West Hollis Street sign at DPW? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Hudson, do you want to come back for your 5-minute rebuttal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, for the record, Dan Hudson, City Engineer. I appreciate the input from both the people in favor and those with concerns. That's why we're here, public process. Everyone seems to be pretty passionate on both sides. As part of the presentation, we spoke to the need for the electronic message sign, so I'm not going to reiterate everything that was said. I think there was very compelling testimony of why that is an important piece of what we're proposing. There were some other ideas proposed, along the corridor and alternate sign locations and things like that. I also am not here to speak to that. I'm here to speak to the case before you and the merits of that case. As I mentioned early in my discussion, we are going to enter into a corridor study. We welcome all kinds of ideas like that along the corridor, but this is a very particular proposal, and we believe that it satisfies the points of law as has been testified to. And you addressed the question about the orientation. I think I had mentioned also there was a concern about flashing signs. I believe I had testified to the fact that the sign will be programmed in accordance with the ordinances in terms of how frequent the messages change and that sort of thing. So, I think that's all I have. And basically in closing, we think we meet the requirements, and we request your favorable consideration. And I'm happy to address any additional questions that anybody has.
Mr. Boucher?
You just addressed the hours of operation of the sign, if you had any plans around that.
Thank you. I don't think we specifically set that, although we are open to continue to discuss that. As was noted, we currently turn off the existing sign 10:30 to 5 a.m. I think that's a reasonable time frame. We haven't proposed that here because I don't necessarily want to put us in a box in that respect. If there is a Amber Alert, that sort of thing, we need to turn the sign on. I can't foresee what all the various scenarios might be where we would want to vary outside those hours. But so I think, as I had said, we don't have any specific times set forth. I think, but in general, I think that's our expectation. It would be, turned off roughly the 10 to 5 a.m. when the traffic is lower, as was noted.
So, just to clarify again, so you said your expectation that it would be turned off at some time, at some point, and turned back on?
Yeah,
So-
another alternate is to make the screen dark, even though it's not officially,
Right,
completely
okay.
light switched off, so to speak. The screen goes blank, so essentially it's the same thing.
So if I would understand, if there was a need, let's say there was an Amber Alert, then I would assume that maybe through the night you may put up something. But in general, are you testifying to the fact that, just so we're clear, right, so we understand, that it's a possibility that the sign most likely would be turned off at some time and then turned back on?
Yes, that is exactly what I'm testifying to. In terms of messages, words, graphics, whatever, I don't think there's a need to run that all night long. And it's not appropriate for the majority of times, with a rare exception as noted. So yeah, that is the testimony. I would expect the sign to be blank or off during those nighttime hours.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm just going to follow up because I was thinking something similar, but I'm more inclined to do something like, say, and again, maybe it would be to ask again, like, would the hours of operation be okay if we said 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. or 10:30 p.m., with the exception and understanding that any emergency situations override that time off, and which I think is a reason. I think that's what you seem to be concerned about, and I think the general sentiment might be, if we're inclined to improve whatever, that would be a reasonable accommodation. So to me, that sounds like what you're interested in, not necessarily to be running that, the police has a hiring thing going on at, that's showing up at 1 a.m. I think the idea would be, if there's a snow emergency, if there's silver alert, amber alert, whatever, right, types of thing, that would be displayed, considered like emergency need.
Yeah, I thank you for that, and yes, I agree. And if that were a condition, I'm not sure what the format of the approval is, but if that were certainly, we're willing to accommodate that scenario in whatever format that is. If it's an official, portion of the approval, I think we're comfortable with that. We're not trying to be unreasonable here. I think that's a reasonable accommodation that was noted, and I think we could support that.
Thank you. I think we're all set. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Falk, yeah, sorry.
Mr. Chair, there were three other emails that I believe the board received this afternoon from people in opposition. One was from David LeBlond, one was from the LeBlond family, and one was from Kathy Peterson, Joyce Letourneau, and Cindy Voorhees.
Okay, yes, thank you for that reminder. So they'll be in the record for the case, but those were additional, and all those were, I believe, in opposition, right? Yeah, or with concerns at least, yes.
Yes.
So those of you that did testify with concerns, questions, or opposition, one of you can come back up if you want to confer as to who that is. Nobody has to come back if nobody feels they have anything else to say. It's really up to you. There's not a requirement for that. And you have, again, up to 5 minutes then to speak if there's anything you want to respond to. And this should be just, only addressing things that have already come up, not
I
new
need 2
testimony.
minutes. If what has been put there already was put there without a permit, I expect what's there on that property right now to be removed before the weekend. Because there's no reason, if you know that it's been put there without, authorization, it needs to get out. You want to rule on this after. But that sign has to go. We've already lived with it.
Let me just clarify for you. There is code enforcement that is part of the city that takes care of that. This board has no authority regarding any enforcement.
So this board has no authority to enforce the rules?
No, we don't. We make decisions. We don't have any enforcement powers.
I plead with this board to pass it down, because I'm going to tell you something, we're all small people, all right? Everybody here is connected to somebody else. There's somebody that's connected from the Department of Public Works to other people here, all right? They'll get your ear a whole lot better than I'll get your ear, and that's the problem. I live next door. He lives across the street. You don't. It was put there illegally. If we put a car there that had vulgar language on it, written all over it, you'd remove it. You'd call the police, and you'd have it removed. I'm telling you right now, that sign is in violation to that property and the city's rules. Remove the sign. Have someone do their job. That's all I'm asking. Have someone do their job. Then you do your job. Rule on this, all right? You've heard everybody's opinion on it. But the Department of Public Works has not given any evidence that that needs a sign there to alert anybody of a missing child or a missing adult or a hurricane coming or any, not when it's a mile away from the Hollis Pepperell line. Hasn't done it. If you don't go to the dump on a Saturday, you're never going to go down to my house. You drive by my house, you'll wave. I'll wave back. All right? You're not going to go there. You'll stop at the dump. You'll never go to that spot. You'll never see that sign. That sign belongs at 505. And in fact, the police department, if they feel so strong about this, should have been here asking for a sign. Not defending Department of Public Works on a sign. They should have been asking for a sign for the public and putting it on the police department space. They're right there. They're right there. All right? I don't have anything more to say. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, I will close out the public hearing and open the public meeting. Mr. McCarr, I'll start with you.
Lot to digest. So I do find support for the application, and for a few reasons. First of all, it, of course, is a permitted use, so what we're being asked to approve is a special exception. I do think they meet the criteria. I understand the concerns of the neighbors, but I don't see this as kind of a foot in the door to commercialization of the corridor. This is specifically a municipal use, a government use, and it's being proposed under a provision, albeit a new provision of the ordinance that's specifically targeted towards governmental use of signs. So I appreciate the concern, but again, I don't see this as a foot in the door. From the testimony that we've heard, I do conclude that there was a significant amount of deliberation that went into the size of the sign, the location of the sign, and what the intended content would be. I don't think it was just kind of arbitrary that it was 8 feet or how many lines of text there would be. And I also found the testimony compelling for why the use of certain symbols would enhance public messaging. So I'm not suggesting that these would be the symbols, but just by way of example, there are some fairly universal symbols like the skull and crossbones, poison, flame, flammable. And as I think, given the fact that there is an intention to use this sign for emergency purposes, I do find it compelling that some use of symbols would both be necessary and would certainly enhance that messaging. We've also heard that these would not be flashing. I think that was also brought up. So overall, I do find support for the sign. I think, again, it meets the criteria. And I think putting a reasonable limitation on the time of operation, whether that's 5 a.m. to 10 p.m., that would certainly be reasonable with the exception of emergency situations.
Thank you. Mr. Neely.
I lived in this neighborhood for many years. When family or friends from outside of Nashua ask me why I love Nashua, and I do, one of my responses was always that I lived in a city, but it had no city feel. Especially in this area, I would enjoy going out for walks at night. It was dark. You could see the stars. Not a ton of traffic on West Hollis Street after 7 or 8 o'clock at night. I'm a firm believer that some type of signage is necessary. I think what they put together for a sign is beautiful. I am not in favor of any signage that has symbols, graphics, any type of flashing. It is not in character with this neighborhood. Over the last year, we have heard, we have listened to cases asking for graphics. We have not voted positively for any of them. I think if we were going to do so, we would have done so with the Performing Arts Center, which is much more in character with needing graphics, as testified by the folks here passionately. Thank you folks for being so passionate. This is many of the people in that area are going to Hollis or coming from Hollis or Pepperell. The number of folks negatively affected in this area is far more proportionate than those who were positively affected driving down that road, in my opinion. I do not believe a sign speaking about Amber Alerts or holiday stroll in that area is the right place. As one of the folks in the audience had talked about, it's more appropriate near the police station, which actually was my first thought as well when I first saw this application. This is not the right place for this. I used to work nights. I would drive down Amherst Street, and I could see the Nashua Community College sign very far away, and I'm afraid that's the direction that's going to go. And I understand folks are talking about shutting that off. But I don't even think we should get there to start out with. This just isn't the right place. I do think some signage is necessary. I could certainly get there when we talk about the size of the sign, the location of the sign. There was all great reasons for that. But I do think that a better design could be done on a sign for that area. So for that reason, I am certainly opposed to the sixth exception. I could get behind the rest, but if we voted for all of them as one, I would be opposed to this request.
Mr. Boucher?
I'm in general favor of the application. Again, we look at the size, scope of the sign, based on the property, the physical attributes of the property. I think that the size of the sign is reasonable. I don't think it's overbearing, so I think it fits in. Again, electronic signs have come up a lot. I've been probably on the minority in trying to be open to these electronic signs with graphics, if done, you know. And I think a lot of the concerns were, how were these being controlled? Who were they being controlled by? Were they being controlled by third parties? And basically, again, those kind of questions come up, and the obvious not being in our code. But I think, you know, there is definitely a realization by Alderman Dowd that we are a little bit behind on that. So again, when we look at the scope of the sign size, I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with the text. The graphics, again, I understand, you know, the position that you've expressed, others expressed about the code. But this is a little different. I think, you know, we have the city that's in charge of this. This is not a third party. This is not a business. This is their, I didn't ask the question, and I probably should have, but I don't assume that they're going to be selling space on that sign. Now, the location of the sign, I'm not really looking at it. It's true. It's 2 miles or less from the border of Hollis, and I get that. But I don't find that compelling to not support the application. I think, again, it's like, this is the building owner, it's the city. They may want to display something that says what's there. You know, there may be something special going on, people coming in for applications, or this is where you go. That's really up to them. If they want to, if they feel that they need to put something there to bring that message across, I mean, that would be the same thing with you know, a manual board or whatever. So I believe with the commitment from the city that there would be some time to restraint unless there's an emergency. And again, we can discuss whether or not that's valid for that area. And with the, again, with the scope of it, you know, a three-line message board, I would definitely have no problems with. The graphics, I'm open to that, obviously, as I have been in the past, but I think in this case, I feel more comfortable about it. But I'd like to hear what else you have to say.
Ms. McKay, are you able to speak a little bit? I know that was part of one of your challenges. Are you able to weigh in a little bit with some comments and thoughts?
Yeah, I'd like to weigh in. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think it's just generally the audio in here, and I don't think it's you. I think it's just because when Mr. Cummings spoke, it was similar. I think it's just the volume that's coming through. So just, yeah, go ahead, and we'll just try to listen carefully.
Okay, well, after listening to everything, number one, the law now states no electronic messaging signs, and the alderman agreed and stated maybe they should look at that and they should address it. And I would have thought they would have looked at it and addressed it prior to wanting to put a sign there. I concur with a lot of what the neighbors have said about the size and about the messaging itself. It's supposed to be in keeping with the neighborhood. This sign, an electronic messaging sign, where its visibility is not as pronounced as it would be, say, closer or on the police station grounds, where it would be more visible to more people, seems more in keeping with if you want to reach people to tell them about a snowstorm or a hurricane or an Amber Alert, you would want to reach more people. You would not want to be out in the woods, kind of, sort of, because I've been out there. I think we all have. And it's residential and it's quiet. And it's not a major thoroughfare. Further down at the intersection by the Greek church, that's a whole different ballgame. But where it is, no. I don't find support for this. I think that it's out of character with the neighborhood. And I cannot, in all good conscience and faith, vote in favor of this application.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. I've been pretty adamant about my position regarding graphical electronic messaging signs. I take the view that our code is not allowing them in any circumstance, in any district, including our commercial districts. So to me, I am never able to get over that bar that says we should allow it in even any special circumstance. And I very much wanted to make sure I got the message out there to Alderman Dowd earlier, and thankfully we had a few aldermen in the audience because, and I've been saying this for quite a few years, it's up to our legislative body to make the changes to the land use code to provide some allowance for this. And I felt like we had, it was alluded to earlier, we had the Performing Arts Center come to us. The city was endorsing that, and there was an opportunity for, I think, the city to have looked at, through legislation, about trying to address electronic messaging signs to be expanded to their capabilities now, and note where that might be reasonable. And now we have this. It has not happened. And so I don't see anything that has yet to be indicated from our land use code that we should allow graphical electronic messaging signs anywhere in the city. A lot of people feel like that's maybe the wrong position, but that's what our code has. And some of this goes back, this code was, the primary part of it was passed just shy of 18 years ago. I was part of working on that update to the code in the 2004 and 2005 timeframe. So I'm pretty much, I appreciate these capabilities are out there. We've had other applications where people come in and say, yeah, but we don't want to just use the 3 lines of text because there's all this power in these signs. I understand that, and if the board's sentiment is to pass an electronic messaging sign, the only way I would even consider that is with the strict stipulation is that it will follow 3 lines of text that can't change more than, I think it's every 5 seconds. That would be what I would support. I'm already not sure I can get to supporting an electronic messaging sign in this part of the city. We went through, and I know every case stands on its own, but St. Joe's came to us wanting an EMC, and they're across from the cemetery. There aren't really even immediate neighbors that were going to be truly impacted by that, but this board could not get behind supporting that either. They had compelling reasons why it would be useful and beneficial, and I appreciate those. And I think these uses are great too. And I'm actually one of those people that live in the southwest quadrant, and actually I come down Gilson and Countryside to get to West Hollis, so I come by this sign when I'm going to go to the landfill. But I know that's still just a small portion of the population that comes from that part of the city. But I think we all seem to have similar thoughts, like if we're going to start putting better informative signs that maybe have greater capabilities for the public, places like out by 505 West Hollis, places like maybe on Spitbrook Road and in the entrance to DW Highway coming up from Tingsboro, or as you come down, Daniel Webster Highway coming in from Merrimack, or whatever it is. I think there are places that we could consider these, and maybe in a network it'll make more sense out there, but it's already very residential out there. So I think the size of the sign, I think, is reasonable. I think there's the placement and all makes sense when you start talking about the right-of-way. And I appreciate the downlighting. I think that's a great, kind of thing that I wish more signs would do. So all those things are good. I cannot support certainly the graphical part of the EMC, and I need to be convinced that an EMC is still sufficiently not out of character with the neighborhood out there. So that's kind of where I stand. I don't know if anybody else wants to kind of come back and offer any further thoughts, or if anybody wants to just offer a motion. But it feels like we have, at least the greatest concern seems to be about the aspects of the EMC, less concern perhaps about the rest of the size and placement, although I think Ms. McKay seemed to be more generally opposed to maybe more aspects of the sign. So I don't know if anybody has any thoughts about how they might like to see us proceed with either more discussion or a motion. Mr. Neely, care to comment?
Yeah, I concur with what you say. Thank you for your impassioned argument. It's consistent with what I've heard this board do for, I've been here for a year, but I knew there was arguments and discussions before that, so it's consistent. Quite honestly, I think a sign in that area, something like what they have at the entrance of the landfill would be more appropriate. If I got beat up here, I'd give up the 3 lines of text, but we're already moving the ball in this direction. I say, let's do a nice sign that everybody's proud of that says Nashua Public Works. I don't think we need any type of electronic signage out there.
I guess I'd say from my perspective, obviously I support the application as submitted. But if a motion were to be made to approve the application with the time limit that had been noted and limiting it to 3 lines of text, I would support.
Mr. Boucher?
I would be in the same position that Mr. McCara is right now, if that came to that.
Ms. McKay, do you want to have any more comments, or?
No, it was very difficult for me to hear the conversation.
Okay. I think, I don't know can you hear me okay right now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So I think there seems to be at least a reasonable concurrence from the board that most of us, I think, would be behind supporting the application with either limiting the graphics to just the 3 lines of text. Actually, maybe I'm not quite sure now. I'm redoing the math, because I think Mr. Neely is opposed to the electronic sign at all, and I know I'm very much questionable on that. So I think we're closer to a possible consensus, but I don't think we still necessarily have 3 votes fully and positioned, and we could also take some of the, we have 7, I think, was it 6 or 6? 6 special exceptions, so we don't have to consider them all at once. We could start to make some motions just on the limited set.
So it appears that there, at this point, it seems to be, with the electronic messages, there would be 2 in favor and probably 2 opposed. So it would be whether or not how we want to, so what's Mrs. McKay's thoughts on the
Is that the
electronic?
case?
The 3 lines of text. Ms. McKay's thoughts.
I can't
Ms.
hear.
McKay, I think you're fully opposed to an electronic messaging sign of any sort right now. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay.
Okay, so that makes it simple. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Hudson. And
We're supposed to do that.
I would just, we're talking about different alternatives and whatever. I can't speak to them all. I just would request a continuance so we can go back and address some of those things, maybe come back with some additional information and clarity on a couple of things.
Okay, thank you. The board can discuss that. So I think it might be reasonable to allow for that opportunity. But I guess, what do others think about tabling to give the city a chance to reconsider on?
Well, I think that if there's no support for electronic messaging sign, then if the city were to come back with a different sign, I think it's a different application, because it doesn't include the electronic messaging.
I would agree.
I don't think that if they come back with any electronic messaging right now, today, I don't think that the majority is in favor of that.
Yeah.
So I think a continuance, as much as that's really not, good that that's offered, I don't know if that's going to really make a difference, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, good point.
I guess I'm unclear as to whether there are only 2 who would support any electronic messaging whatsoever. Is that the case?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I know I didn't take I was kind of wavering some there, but I really don't think I can get behind an EMC in general. I was just, perhaps because I was so focused on the graphics part of it, that I kind of needed to come back and just think about it back as just a simple, EMC with text. And I still feel like that's not keeping with the character. So, yeah, I guess there are seemingly only 2 in favor, so. And Mr. Hudson, let me just invite you back up in case there's anything you'd like to clarify, but I think you understand where the board just got to even in that brief discussion, so.
No, I thank you for that, and I do understand that. In the discussion, I realized there's one thing I didn't share, which was we do get a lot of traffic to the facility. Our recreation program is there, so all the signups are there. That's where people get their various permits and things. So we do have a lot of traffic to the facility, so the messaging that's proposed, has all the ancillary benefits on the corridor and all those things. There are many features of that which are corridor or city specific.
I'm going to stop you there because I don't really want to be taking additional testimony right now,
Okay.
which it sounds like that's really what you're saying. I appreciate you wanted to make that point, but.
The messaging is
but
beyond.
I think that, I think what we're really
external messaging, it's also
trying to get at is if we table the motion, and I think you just heard, if the city wants to come back with any sort of electronic messaging sign, I don't think there's going to be support for that. And if there's a desire to come back for a different kind of sign that wouldn't be what we just considered, that could be potentially heard. There is this thing called Fisher v. Dover where we have to make sure somebody doesn't come back seeking the same, application for the same thing multiple times. So I'm not sure, I'm sensing that there would really be anything likely new or different to come from the city if we, put this on hold for a couple weeks.
I understand the board's position in terms of electronic messaging. I understand that point. The application does include size and setbacks and things, which I didn't hear large objections from the board on. So in that respect, if there was a replacement application, similar size sign and all that, I just want to make sure we're not precluding consideration of that as being similar to this application. and not eligible for reintroduction.
Yeah, I think if you came in with a non-EMC sign, that would be, I think this, I see some nodding of heads, but I think generally that's the kind of thing we would say, that's a different application, so,
Okay.
yeah.
Understood,
Appreciate
thank you.
that. Okay, thank you. All right, so,
The other alternative is that we take these separately, and then we can approve the overage, right, that they're looking for without
right,
electronics, right?
right,
Yeah.
which is what I was kind of getting at.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah,
I mean, I guess I'm not inclined to do that simply because I think a lot of thought went into the size of the location based on it being an electronic sign. I don't know that it makes sense to try and pick it apart since that was such an integral part. If they were to come back with a different application for a non-electronic sign, maybe it's bigger, maybe it's different. I don't know that, so.
yeah, it could be a triangular sign. Who knows?
Exactly.
Maybe that's, Mr. Falk, you're going to make.
Well, a couple options. There are six variance requests, six special exception requests altogether. 3 of them are about EMC issues. So you could split the votes up and just vote on the height, the setback, and the area. Now, Mrs. McKay is not able to hear a lot of the testimony. Another thought would be to continue this so she can either be here at the next meeting or maybe the audio will be improved. Mrs. McKay, you might have to help me out on that.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Carter, but I also agree with Mr. Minkara. I think that since the applicant is amenable and agreeable and would prefer the opportunity to come back and present something different, I think we owe it to the applicant to give them that opportunity.
It's not something that
I'd be inclined to just move on and
act on this case.
act
I
on this
think so
case.
too. I think we've been
because
clear that a non-electronic sign we would entertain.
Yeah, because now we're just guessing that who might be here the next week. Could be a different mix of people.
Yeah.
So
Right.
we don't want to get into that.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
Does anybody want to try for a motion? Mr. Neely, you ready to give it a shot?
Yeah. Like to make a motion to not approve the special exception owner, City of Nashua, applicant Jason Gagnon of Souza Signs LLC, address 840 West Hollis Street. Excuse me. Sheet D, Lot 54, requesting the special exceptions of number 1 from Land Use Code, Section 190-101, Table 101-7. Number 1, to allow an electronic message center sign where they are not permitted in the R30 zone. Number 2, to exceed maximum height of ground sign, excuse me, 6 feet permitted, 8 feet proposed. Number 3, to exceed maximum area of sign, 10 square feet permitted, 20.9 square feet proposed. Number 4, to encroach 7 feet into the 10-foot required setback. Number 5, from Land Use Code, Section 190-97, subsection B, subsection 1, to allow electronic message center to exceed 50% of the size of the sign. 100% was proposed. And number 6, from Land Use Code 190-97, subsection B, subsection 2, to allow more than 3 lines of text, greater than 3 lines of text, as well as symbols, graphics, and images proposed. This is in the R30 zone, Ward 5. This was an exception dealing with the table of uses. We did find this will not create undue traffic congestion or unduly impair pedestrian safety. It will not overload public water, drainage, or sewer or other municipal systems. We did not find that this would add to the character of the neighborhood. In fact, that we found that the character of the neighborhood would be negatively affected, primarily by the light usage of the EMC sign. There are no similar EMC signs anywhere within quite a distance of this area. Any other signage of other developments were muted lighting and used 3 lines or less of manual letters for signage. We did find that the population of this area would be negatively affected, and there would not be enough positive effects from anybody passing by that in the area We did hear some testimony to the effect that they would like to use all of the graphics for emergency signage. However, we did find that this is not a great spot for that. In fact, the board had excessive discussion about better places for the signage to exist. So for the reasons listed above, I do make a motion to not approve the special exceptions.
And I'll second that motion.
Mr. Shaw?
Oh, yes.
I'll
Ms.
second
McKay.
that.
Okay, all right, thank you. Ms. McKay.
Ms.
second.
McKay, okay.
Is there any other discussion on the motion? All right, Mr. Minkara, how do you vote?
Mr. Minkara votes not in favor of the motion to deny.
Mr. Neely?
Mr. Neely votes in favor of the motion to deny.
Mr. Boucher?
Mr. Boucher votes not in favor of the motion to deny.
Ms. McKay?
Ms. McKay votes in favor of the motion to deny.
And Mr. Shaw votes in favor of the motion to deny. So the motion to deny the application passes 3-2. There is the 30-day window, for a rehearing request that you can always file if you feel that this board erred in terms of following, the appropriate practices and all that. And maybe we'll see you back if there's a different application to be had. But I hope things work out. Thank you. Does anybody on the board need to take a brief? I think we'll take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll resume with the rest of our cases. All right, we'll bring the zoning board back to order. Our next case, before I read it into the record, is for 55 Lake Street. Is anybody in the room here to present that case or on Zoom? Because we hadn't seen who was here before, so it looks like we might not have the applicant here for that case tonight. Okay.
Well,
were you just waiting to?
I was just, I'm number 4.
Oh.
So if we were proceeding in number 4, I will take my break now.
Yeah, no, we're going to have number 3 up next, so you should be okay. So, all right.
Mr. Chair, perhaps we can wait till the end of the agenda.
Yeah, before we
maybe
make
they're
any.
running late,
Yeah.
and if they're not here, maybe we can just table it to the next meeting.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll check back on case number 2 for 55 Lake Street at near the end of the meeting, and we'll just proceed to case number 3. I'll read that into the record. This case is for the owner, CJ Investments LLC, the owner. Andy Erickson, the applicant, at 29 Kinsley Street, sheet 82, lot 83. The request is for a number of variances that I'll read through. The first is from Land Use Code Section 190-46, Section D, to allow a halfway house within 1/4 mile of any existing halfway house, correctional facility, orphanages, children's homes, or similar adult daycare facilities, hotels, motels, or any schools at any level. From Land Use Code Section 190-16, Table 16-3, minimum lot area, 5,000 square feet of land required where 3,977 square feet is proposed. The third item is for the minimum lot depth where 75 feet is required, 65.85 feet is proposed. Number 4, to encroach 4 feet into the 7-foot required side yard setback, and for adjacent house to the north on same lot, AKA 86 Chestnut Street. Number 5, minimum lot area, 6,970 square feet required, 2,291 square feet is proposed. Number 6, minimum lot depth, 75 feet required, 66 feet is proposed. Number 7, minimum lot frontage, 50 feet required, 34.6 feet proposed. Number 8, minimum lot width, 50 feet required, 34.6 feet proposed. Number 9, to encroach 3.8 feet into the 7-foot required right side yard setback. And number 10, to encroach 11.6 feet into the 20-foot required rear yard setback. All requests are to subdivide the existing lot into 2 lots using 29 Kinsley Street for a halfway house and the other building, AKA 86 Chestnut Street, as a 2-family residential structure. This case had been postponed from the October 24th meeting. I see we've got somebody at the podium. Could you state your name and address for the record and then present your case?
Yeah, Andy Erickson, 28 Quincy Street, Nashua, New Hampshire. All right, I will start with the subdivision paperwork. So, the question 1, granting of the requested variance will not be contrary to the public interest. The proposed variances will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood, nor will the variance threaten the public health, safety, or welfare in any way. This variance will not be contrary to the public interest. The lot sizes of this proposed lots and less than required proposed setbacks are consistent with those in the area. This will allow for separate uses of the buildings. Actually, I can jump to, do you guys have this picture? It's of the surrounding houses. It shows pretty much every single one around it doesn't conform to the existing codes. All right, number 2, the proposed Use will observe the spirit of the ordinance. The proposed halfway house will observe the spirit of the ordinance because it will provide a safe environment for the public to start the process of healing their mental health and allow them a fighting chance to become productive members of the society. We also basically did the same thing for 49 Kinsley Street, which we're doing now. And number 3, substantial justice would be done to the property owner by granting the variances. Due to the aforementioned reasons, the benefits to the applicant are not outweighed by any negligible harm to the public or any other individuals. The variances for the subdivision would allow the buildings to be on their own lots and be used as residential lot and a halfway house. Basically, the state has to license the residential portion for the halfway house model. They don't have to license the other two-family for sober living. So if we have them on the same property, it'll be difficult at that point. Number 4, the proposed use will not diminish the values of the surrounding properties. The proposed halfway house and subdivision of the lot will not diminish the value of the surrounding properties because the use and lot sizes will fit the character of the neighborhood. The subdivision into smaller lots, non-conforming lots, is in character with the neighborhood. Number 5, the current ordinances of the halfway house must be a minimum of a quarter mile from any existing halfway house, correctional facilities, orphanages, children's homes, et cetera, et cetera. Currently, Elm Street Middle School, which you already know, and then now the one we just got approved for at 49 Kinsley Street is also within that. Raises, even though it's the same ownership, you still have to get approved for it. That quarter mile distance. You want me to go right on to the next paper or go through this one first?
I think there's a question or two, but yeah, we could pause.
So 49 Kinsley,
Yes.
we approved that like
Yes.
6 months ago?
Yep.
I didn't realize that was you guys as well.
Oh,
So-
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay.
And is your other property in Elm Street the only two facilities that are
I'm
in that
sure
quarter
there's-
mile, or is there anything else?
I think there is other ones, but they're not licensed, so we can't find it. So we just use the biggest two that we know of.
But as far as like schools or anything,
Yes,
there's nothing else that?
correct.
And can I just check with staff, is that consistent with your understanding?
That is consistent. I mean, all it takes is one use within that distance to have them come in for relief.
Right.
And like we know of 2, and there's probably maybe some small daycares or things like that, but.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think that might be it for now, if you want to keep
Okay.
going.
And then the next application for conditional use. All right, so number 1, granting of the request of the variance will not be contrary to the public interest. The proposed variance will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood, nor will the variance threaten the public health, safety, or welfare in any way. Basically the same as the last one. The variance will not be contrary to the public interest. Number 2, the proposed use will observe the spirit of the ordinance. The proposed halfway house will observe the spirit of the ordinance because it will provide a safe environment for the public to start the process of healing and mental health and allow them the fighting chance to become productive members of society. Number 3, substantial justice would be done to the property owner by granting the variances. The variances would benefit the community immensely because it will be fully staffed residential facility where the public can go for 28 days to start their journey for further treatment. Currently in Nashua, there are very little support for the community and to start the recovery journey. Due to the aforementioned reasons, the benefits to the applicant are not outweighed by the negligible harm to the public or any other individuals. Basically, the building we already started will either be men or women, and then this one will be the opposite, either women or men. So there'll be 2 separate, one for men, one for women. I think I was on number 4. The proposed use will not diminish the values of the surrounding properties. The proposed halfway house will not diminish the values of surrounding properties because it will fit the character of the neighborhood. And if you've driven by 49 Kinsley, we've turned that place completely into a new building, so we're going to do the same at that one. Number 5, special conditions exist such that the literal enforcement of the ordinance results in unnecessary hardship. The current ordinance of a halfway house must be a minimum of a quarter mile from correctional facility, orphanage, children's home, similar daycare, hotel, and like we talked about in the last one, we are there and that is there. And I guess, any questions?
Mr. Mealy?
So first of all, I do want to commend you on the way the 49's coming along. I actually noticed that tonight going by.
Oh,
and
thank
I said,
you.
"Oh, boy, I hope this applicant tonight does as good as these guys do over at 49, so that's great.
Yeah. I mean, we generally, we own a lot of properties in Nashua where forced overliving, as you guys may be aware or not, and every single one of them, we take care of them. We make them nice, take care of the neighbors. The last meeting, a few neighbors had concerns. Now we help them with all kinds of stuff. I did one neighbor's yard where we help the old lady every day. She brings us snacks and stuff. It's great, so.
So that was going to lead to my next comment. So hopefully you learned from the last time we were in here, you definitely had some neighbors in here that were not working with you. It's great to hear that you're working with the neighbors now. I think that is important. I think that's going to act as a positive here as we go through the voting process here. I think we definitely felt pretty comfortable with you walking out of here last time, so to see where we are after the process now, as you start the new one, this is good stuff.
Yeah.
I really.
Every time we come up for things, people hear drug addicts, this, that, they think negatively about it, but it's actually positive because it's the only houses in certain areas where people are doing the right thing, not using, getting drug tested, there's no crime. So after we explain it, it gets a lot easier.
I think we're good for the board right now, so you can have
Okay.
a seat and we'll see if anybody has any other testimony. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak in favor of this application? Anybody on Zoom interested in speaking in favor of the 29 Kinsley Street application? Seeing none, is there anybody in the audience that would like to speak with questions, concerns, or opposition? Come on up and state your name and address for the record. You might need to pull that microphone down a little bit.
Good evening. My name's Monica Lyon, and I live at 33 Kinsley Street. My husband and I own the building at 3133. It's a four-family. We bought it in 1986, and we've lived there since '98. The tenor of the neighborhood has changed. Over the past 5 years, we've had an addition of first one three-family sober home, which now has 9 men living in it. Skip a house, and then we have 87 Chestnut Street, which is also a sober living facility that they got approval for because it was a single family. Because of all the parking in the parking lot, there was enough room, you approved it. When you approved 49 Kinsley Street a couple months ago or whatever, they used the space in the parking lot at 87 as a criteria for where all their employees were going to park. Over the past just about a month, they've had a huge dumpster in the parking lot at 87 that was first filled with just household debris from, it looked like several different sober living facilities, a little of this, a little of that. And for the past 2 weeks, it's mostly just been household trash coming out of 87 and going into an open, huge dumpster sitting in the parking lot that backs up to our property. Now they bought this property, they want to put the two-family house as a residential building. They've already moved sober housing into that. So in our little corner of 6 houses, we have 3 sober living facilities, and now they want to put a halfway house, in addition to the one at 49 that's 2 blocks away. They used the parking lot from one house to justify parking for another. And now, when the soup kitchen originally bought that building and converted it to a shelter, which it's been for many years, they wanted to be in a family neighborhood. We've lost 5 or 6 families to sober living housing. We have 1 two-family and one single family left on that whole section of Chestnut Street. And there's no neighbors left. It's all transient residents that are there for short periods of time and don't really care about anything going on in the neighborhood. Yes, there has been no drama from all the sober living houses. It's very rare there's a problem. They all smoke cigarettes. Nobody does any maintenance on any of the buildings. I've seen 2 brooms come out. We used to call the owner at 87 to come clean up the cigarette butts because they would get so deep in the parking lot that then blew into our property. And he'd come right over. He recently told us he sold the building to somebody else. And we have no access. There was supposed to be a manager on site, and there isn't. There's been one here for a week, another one here for 2 weeks. Everybody's transient. We have no neighbors anymore. It's just, you know, we can absorb some of this, but how can we, our little tiny corner of Nashua, that everybody talks about revitalizing the tree streets, and instead this is what we have. Our neighbors are gone. All we have is sober living housing. And I'm having trouble renting my apartments when they see what 87 Chestnut looks like, all run by the same company. And he says he's helping the neighbors and not changing the character of the neighborhood. But as far as we're concerned, it's been changed almost irreparably. And we're not sure where it goes from here. When we put a halfway house, I've seen the one that's down on Pearl Street, and there's people hanging around. It's just, it isn't a neighborhood anymore. It's just housing people. Yeah, they need help. Yes, the programs are good, but can they all be absorbed in a 2-block area in downtown Nashua? Well, we don't think it's fair, and we strongly object.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak with questions, concerns, or opposition? Anybody on Zoom that would like to ask questions, express concern, or opposition? All right, I think if you want to come back up for, you can have a rebuttal testimony, or you don't have to either. But if you want to address.
I'll talk to them after.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. So we'll close out the public hearing and open the public meeting. Mr. Neely, your thoughts?
So as we had, as what I had said earlier, I like what's going on over at 49 Kinsley.
Excuse me. Unfortunately, the acoustics are so good in this room that we have to, if you guys want to talk right now, you need to step outside, but sorry about that, but thanks. Go ahead, sorry.
No, thank you. So I do, as I commented earlier, I do like what I'm seeing over at 49 Kinsley. I am actually kind of excited that the number of neighbors who came out in opposition to this is significantly smaller than last time, so I think that's a good sign. I did not realize we had so many halfway houses in this small area. So we know we have a need for it. I think it is very important. I think when we see another application for this in the future, I'm probably going to ask, or I'm going to ask harder questions about how many other halfway houses are in that area. That being said, I think there's a great opportunity for Mr. Erickson here to continue what he's doing, offering a great service. I think there's some opportunities there to work with your neighbors. Once again, it might be a great opportunity to take some of the folks coming through here who can help in this neighborhood. Sounds like they got some folks in the neighborhood who could use some help. It'd be great to add to the fabric of the neighborhood. That being said, everything he's asking for is in character with the neighborhood. You know, I'm not going to go through every one of these requests, but you know, when you look at the houses, they're large houses on small lots. There's not a ton of parking. I don't think there's anything that he could do to make any physical changes to these buildings to make them fit into the current regulations. So I'm in favor of his application for all 10 of the variances.
Thank you. Mr. Boucher?
I'm also in favor of the application. Again, as far as the dimensional request, again, it's neighborhood that pre-exists current zoning, so this is why we're seeing a very large ask here as far as the number of items here that we need to do. Again, I was surprised to hear about the sober living from the butter that came up. But I also believe from previous experience with Mr. Erickson that he will do the right thing. I think that he is, from last time, very cognizant about the neighbors. There was, even talk about parking and would they have cars and all that. So I think that he had testified last time. Remember, they have specific rules. There's specific things that have to be adhered to. So I feel confident in that respect. That may not comfort the person, the abutter at this point, but I think that at least with this applicant, I think that they will have a different experience. Unfortunately, we can't control the rest of what's going on there. But with that, I'm going to support the application.
Thank you. Ms. McKay, you want to weigh in?
Excuse me. I too was surprised by Mrs. Lyons' testimony about how many sober homes and halfway houses are existing there. But like my two previous fellow members, I find support for this. And I think I find support for it because I truly believe that Mr. Erickson will address issues as they come up, has heard Mrs. Lyons, and I think he will be responsive. He has been before. And for those reasons, aside from the fact that, yes, we do need these particular forms of housing, I find that I am in support of this application.
Thank you. Mr. McCarr?
I also support the application, certainly with regard to the subdivision of the property and the density. There are no new buildings proposed. These are existing. I think that's pretty much a no-brainer. I do sympathize with the concerns raised by the neighbors about the number of sober homes or halfway houses in the area, and a concern over not overly impacting any one area of the city. I was not aware there were so many in that area. I knew that there were more, but to have so many in that immediate area is, certainly concerning. I also was unaware, and it's a conversation I think for a different day and a different forum, that there are licensed and unlicensed. So that's interesting, but this is a licensed facility. But what I find also particularly compelling is that this really is the sister or brother sober living facility to the one that was recently approved, and that one is going to be male and one's going to be female. They're going to be under the same operation, and I think that is compelling, and having them in close proximity, I think obviously is desirable when they're under one management. So for those reasons, I support the application.
And I am in support as well, and I don't really think I have anything to add. I think you've all kind of covered things pretty well. So, yeah. Anybody want to make a motion? Mr. McCarr?
I actually don't have the sheets. I think I was an unexpected guest, but.
And you get to read the whole long thing. I hope that's okay.
So I'm going to make a motion to approve these all together, but bear with me because there's a lot to read. So I move to grant the variance requests for CJ Investments LLC for 29 Kinsley Street. Description, CJ Investments owner and Andy Erickson applicant. And I'm not going with the lot numbers, requesting the following variances. For 21 Kinsley Street, 1, from Land Use Code Section 190-46D, to allow a halfway house within 1/4 mile of any existing halfway house, correctional facility, orphan children's homes, et cetera, et cetera. 2, from the minimum lot area 5,000 square feet of land required, 3,977 square feet proposed. 3, for minimum lot depth, 75 feet required, 65.8 feet proposed. 4, to encroach 4 feet into the 7-foot required side yard setback, and for the adjacent house to the north on the same lot, which is 86 Chestnut Street. 5, minimum lot area, 6,970 square feet required, 2,291 square feet proposed. 6, minimum lot depth, 75 feet required, 66 feet proposed. 7, minimum lot frontage, 50 feet required, 34.6 feet proposed. 8, minimum lot width, 50 feet required, 34.6 feet proposed. 9, excuse me, to encroach 3.8 feet into 7-foot required side yard setback. And 10, to encroach 11.6 feet into the 20-foot required rear yard setback. All requests to subdivide an existing lot into 2 lots using 29 Kinsley Street for a halfway house and the other building, 86 Chestnut Street, as a 2-family residential structure in the RC zone, Ward 4. We find that the variance is needed to enable the applicant's proposed use of the property, given the special conditions of the property, and that the benefit of the applicant cannot be achieved through some other means reasonably feasible for the applicant to pursue other than the variance. In terms of the dimensional requirements, I think as noted, both of the lots would be consistent with the surrounding area, both in terms of setbacks and lot size, and there are new additional structures that are proposed. With regard to the use, we do find it is, a reasonable use of the property, given the conditions, both of the property and of the surrounding neighborhood, and note that there is a synergy between the location of this facility and the previously approved facility down the street. We do find that it's within the spirit and intent of the ordinance. Although we did hear concerns expressed about the impact to the neighborhood, we did not hear, any testimony regarding the impact to surrounding property values. So we don't find that there would be an adverse impact. We don't find that it would be contrary to the public interest. In fact, we do, I think, conclude that this is a needed facility in the city at this time, and that substantial justice would be done.
Mr. Neely, thank you for your second. Is there any other discussion on the motion? Mr. Neely, how do you vote?
Mr. Neely votes in favor of the motion.
Mr. Boucher?
Mr. Boucher votes in favor.
Ms. McKay, how do you vote?
Ms. McKay votes in favor.
Thank you. Mr. McCarr?
Mr. McCarr votes in favor.
And Mr. Shaw votes in favor. That passes unanimously. Just note there is the 30-day window appeal. Somebody could request a rehearing request, and you would have to potentially stop your project. But in the interim, you are welcome to move forward, and good luck with your efforts, and I hope things work out well, again, with the neighbors. Thank you. All right, that brings us to case number 4. The owner is Catherine B. Howard at 35 Chester Street, sheet 47, lot 114. The request is for variances from Land Use Code Section 190-44 to exceed the maximum fence height, 6 feet permitted, 7 feet requested, for firstly, a 46-foot long section along East Stark Street, and secondly, a 79-foot section along the side yard adjacent to 34 Raymond Street, and thirdly, an 80-foot section adjacent to 33 Chester Street. This is in the RA Zone, Ward 3. Welcome, and just state your name and address for the record.
I'm Catherine Howard. I'm the owner and sole resident at 35 Chester Street. Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and other members of the board, and thank you so much for taking the time tonight to review my application and all of your time here sitting through things tonight. I bought this property by myself in April of 2021, 3 years into my 4 years of being a federal employee of the United States Air Force, where I was a software designer for the Air Operations Center weapon system. I spend my free time doing yard work or house projects, having fun with my dog in the yard, doing sewing projects, hiking in the White Mountains, and walking down to Fody's Tavern on Wednesdays to play trivia. I'm proud to say the prior homeowner, Jamie Turbine, and I have become friends. I'm also proud that my neighbors and I have had formed wonderful relationships. I live alone with my dog, I'm unmarried, and I work from home full-time. I'm here today seeking approval for a 7-foot fence that will follow that will follow my existing fence lines, and I understand that the 7 feet exceeds the 6-foot allowable. For anyone in attendance who hasn't seen the application, I'll just give a recap. The application requests detail for 5 criteria, which regard how my variance request is not contrary to the public interest, how my request still observes the spirit of the local regulations, how I would receive substantial justice if the variance were granted, how the values of the surrounding properties would not be diminished if the variance were to be granted, and the 5th regards how, if the existing regulations were to be enforced, it would result in unnecessary hardship, and whether there are special conditions to my property that make it different from other properties in the neighborhood. I interpreted this 5th criterion differently on the application, which is why, Madam Vice Chair and other members of the board, you see what you see on that particular portion of my application paperwork, and I will be addressing this. So the application processes, we know, also require separate variance requests for each property line. For me, that means variance number 1 to my neighbors Charlie and Tracy Hall across the street in the property line of East Stark Street. Variance number 2 for the property line between me and Becca Pichardo at 34 Raymond Street. Variance 3 for the property line between me and the Wilmots at 33 Chester Street. This is visualized in a photo on the appendix, the one that looks like this, entitled Variance Requests. So proceeding with the nature of my request, I'm shaping these points into 2 categories. The first being about the needs of myself and my neighbors, why our particular properties are a special condition, and how these factors address the above required criteria. And the second being the solution, and how that enhances both the quality of life for myself and my neighbors, and the property value of my neighbors and me, and how this solution does not detract from the spirit of the regulation and does not detract from the charm of the neighborhood. And for both of these categories, I'm hoping that the variance request handout will be a useful reference. So regarding the needs of myself and my neighbors and why I believe these qualify for a variance and the substantiating factors, 2 sides of my current fence are wooden. They exist only along East Stark and the side of my driveway. It's over 20 years old, it has peeling paint, and it is rotted in many sections. The gate to my neighbors Dave and Allison Wilmot doesn't even function anymore. And bits and pieces fall off every time we have a heavy rain or storm. The other 2 sides of my yard are fenced with wire, metal posts, and zip ties. It is clear to my abutting neighbors, as well as to anyone passing my house on East Stark Street, that I need a new fence, and it would be an improvement to the status quo. But I am here today to address why my new fence needs to be 7 feet, and why am I deserving of a variance instead of just the standard 6 feet. There are special conditions involved with the properties. The first condition is between my yard and my neighbors Charlie and Tracy Hall across that property line of East Stark Street. This is variance request number 1 on the application and is highlighted on that variance request photo. They are uphill from me. Therefore, even though Charlie and Tracy are amazing neighbors, they are with a 6-foot fence, they are still able to see nearly my entire yard and me in it. A 7-foot fence would afford me privacy for a large portion of my yard, and from their vantage point, uphill across East Stark Street. The length of my yard being 81 feet means that a large portion is a significant improvement. The second condition is between my yard and the yard of my neighbors Becca Pichardo and Harold Ellis. This is variance number 2 on the application and is highlighted on that variance request photo. There is significant slope between my house and theirs at 34 Raymond Street. They are downhill from me. This is where I currently have a 60-foot wire fence with posts and zip ties between our properties. Becca and Harold have gone to the effort and expense to apply privacy fabric to this wire fence. As such, We're well aware of the sightlines of a 5-foot fence, and as such, it's easy to determine the sightlines of what a 6-foot fence might yield. With a 6-foot height, I could still see into the yard and home. And likewise, they could still see me anywhere on my yard or patio. Therefore, a 6-foot fence would result in Becca, Harold, and their family having neither privacy into their home from my yard, nor privacy to any aspect of their yard along that 80-foot long property line. And in me having no privacy to any portion of my yard in question. A 7-foot fence would provide sufficient privacy such that any activity each of us is doing in our yards and any activity in their home's west side first floor would be private. The third condition is between my house and the house of my neighbors Dave and Allison Wilmot and their 4.5-year-old daughter Leah. This is variance request number 3, highlighted on that variance request photo item. Dave and Allison's property is parallel to mine. The slope downhill from my property eastward toward 34 Raymond Street is parallel to the slope downhill from their property eastward toward 32 Raymond Street. This results in, if I'm standing downhill in my yard and they're uphill on their patio, we have visibility into each other's private spaces. But what is more impactful is how the existing 6-foot fence impacts our doorways. Dave and Allison's primary residence entrance is on the side of their house. It is approximately 40 feet away from the door to my yard. They utilize their primary door as any homeowner would throughout the day and evening. And I utilize my door to the yard multiple times a day as well, whether it's for my dog, to get firewood for my wood stove, or to just enjoy spending time on my patio. Each of these doors is 30 inches off the ground and is entered by a few steps. Therefore, the existing 6-foot fence only affords 44 inches of privacy above the threshold of the door. This results in my ability to view the Wilmot family every time I step outside and to see directly into their primary family spaces. It also results in their awareness of my frequent stepping outside being inescapably viewable. A 7-foot fence grants an additional 12 inches, so 44 inches plus 12 inches creates about 5 feet of privacy. The average height of people in the U.S. is 5'6" for men and 5'2" for women. So 5 feet of privacy is enough to substantially protect our movements out of our doors and substantially provide privacy into their home. While full privacy could be achieved with a fence higher than 7 feet, I do not believe that would have an appropriate aesthetic, and we really like each other as neighbors, and no one wants a big, tall, white barrier. So this lays out the needs for the 7-foot fence and the underlying factors of the variance request. So moving on to the solution and how this enhances the quality of life and the property value for my neighbors and me, while not detracting from the spirit of the ordinance or from the charm of the neighborhood. The solution to each of these conditions along the property lines and the resulting hardships is a 7-foot fence. I've had multiple discussions with my neighbors about my plan, and all are in support. In my application package, I submitted a letter of support for the 7-foot fence, signed by all of these abutting property owners, and agreeing to the style depicted on that document. And it's my understanding that I have a few neighbors here tonight. There are 2 primary types of precedent in the neighborhood for 7 feet or higher privacy between properties. The first is achieving greater height by mounting 6-foot panels higher on the posts, as residents of 79 East Stark and 35 Raymond Street have done. And I have photos of these examples if they're useful for the board members. The former has used lattice at the bottom to fill that gap. The latter has left that gap between ground level and the bottom of the fence panels. The second type of precedent is achieving greater height by way of mounting a fence to a retaining wall against a slope, as residents of 1 Edson Street and 76 East Stark have done between their downhill neighbors. I interpret the spirit of the ordinance to be that no one wants a tall, opaque border wall, which would be visually unpleasant in many ways. And I do believe that that would absolutely degrade the charm of the neighborhood. and I don't believe that the properties above have violated the spirit of the ordinance. But given that I don't have a retaining wall between my property and Becca Pichardo's, and given that I don't want my fencing to have an appearance of retrofitting for the purpose of greater height, I have selected a style of fence that I believe does uphold the charm of the neighborhood while achieving its purpose of greater height, and that it does observe the spirit of the ordinance by not being so substantially higher than the 6 feet allowed. The solution, my desired product, which I've also discussed with my neighbors and is mutually agreeable, is 6 feet of opaque vinyl, a style that many homes in the neighborhood have. The additional foot is a decorative lattice work, which will achieve the additional privacy needed, but prevent untasteful border wall appearance. The lattice is character, and this style is preceded by many properties west of Concord Street, and one that I know of on Berkeley Street. I believe this solution enhances the quality of life for my neighbors because we'll achieve the desired level of privacy to live our private lives unexposed. It will be visually appealing and it won't decay as my current fence has. I believe the solution actually improves the property values for these owners because Charlie and Tracy Hall's property will not be subject to a show of activity from across the street, will win privacy from their neighbor across the street to the sole outdoor living spaces that exist on their own property. Becca Pichardo and Harold Ellis's property will win 2 types of value increase: privacy to their property's sole outdoor living space, privacy to their home's first floor in a manner that not only reduces the potential costs of window treatments, but also preserves their ability to get natural light through their first floor windows. Dave and Allison Wilmot's property will have drastically reduced exposure to their doorway's activity from the most impactful vantage point. I've also elected Gate City Fence, the city's premier company for product and installation. They're ubiquitous in the neighborhood for a reason. But we might also consider the significant aspects of the value add for my property of 35 Chester Street. Since we've become friends after the sale of the house, the previous homeowner has told me that a primary impetus for selling the house was its lack of privacy. I am now empathetic to that hardship, and yet I adore this house. I adore my neighbors and the community that we're in, and this is why I've sought a reasonable and tasteful solution. And while I can't speak to the reasons why he did not pursue a fence higher than 6 feet, there's no denying it's an expensive investment that's worth being done thoughtfully, and there's also no denying the effort in pursuing it legally. So I believe the other impacts on me and my neighbors have been stated previously in relationship to each variance request, and that's why I'm here today. So this concludes my presentation of my case, and thank you again so much for your time and considerations. I am happy to answer any questions.
It's about as thorough as they get, so I think you covered everything. You left us without any questions. So.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there anybody present that would like to speak in favor of this application?
I'm online.
Okay.
Do I count, or is it
Yes,
just
but
in
I'll
the halls
get-
right now?
I'll get you next. We usually ask for
Okay.
people in the room first and then online, but thank you.
Good evening now. My name is Charles Hall. I live at 37 Chester Street, and I'll apologize in advance. I may try and be brief because I'm fighting a battle with hiccups, and so if you start, whatever. But anyways, I think Catherine did a fabulous job. I feel like I should be passing around apple pies or something. But anyways, obviously, Catherine has lived next door to us for 2.5 years. The pride of ownership that she has shown in those 2.5 years is amazing. She wants some more privacy, and what I really like about her project, sure, she's raising the fence, but she's softening that with the lattice work, so I think it's going to look really nice. And East Stark Street, like every street, is a lot more busy than it used to be, and privacy is a big thing to have, and this allows her to even get more privacy and comfort and a feeling of safety. So I'm definitely in support. My wife Tracy is in support, and she's a great neighbor, and however we can help each other is great to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room who'd like to speak in favor of this application? Okay, online, I know obviously we have somebody, so yes, please go ahead now. State your name and address for the record.
Rebecca Pichardo, 34 Raymond Street.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, so I would just like to also echo what Charlie and Catherine have said. I also am in support of this. I'd like to note that Catherine did put substantial energy into talking with her neighbors. She asked for my input. She asked if there was a better fence that I would like to see. So she was really gathering as much information from her neighbors. So this was not just a sole decision on her end, which I adore her for. She spends an awful lot of time in her yard. Like Charlie was saying, she's taken great pride in continuing to upkeep and, take on her yard and make amazing improvements. I too am doing the same thing in my yard. So my partner and I are often outside as well. And due to that slope, we often are essentially in the same yard together, even though she is in hers and I am in mine. My partner is over 6 feet tall, so the 6-foot fence would not really amount to much privacy for us. She does have a floodlight that is on her garage, and oftentimes in the evening, our living room and kitchen faces her backyard. And so oftentimes that floodlight does come on. I do have animals myself that oftentimes think somebody is showing up at the house because of that light. And so they will start barking. My 6-year-old will start to get rambunctious. So by adding that extra foot of fence, I do believe that will minimize the interruptions that we have at our house and also improve our privacy. So I am in favor of this fence being 7 feet as well.
All right, thank you for your testimony. I don't think we have any questions. Is there anybody else? I think that covers everybody on Zoom. So is there anybody in the room who has questions, concerns, or opposition? Okay, seeing none, and again, there's nobody else on Zoom that hasn't already spoken or is part of attendees. I'll close the public hearing and open the public meeting. Mr. Boucher, your thoughts?
I'm in favor of the application. Obviously, as we noticed, this was well prepared from somebody who's not a lawyer, so it was very well done. And the applicant did make some very valid points from our perspective on what the special conditions are of the property. So with that, I'm going to support the application.
All right, thank you. Ms. McKay, your thoughts?
Thank you. I too am in support of the application. She was really thorough. She addressed the rationale and the reasoning and the topography of the land and why she wanted that. And having, my husband is 6'1", my son is 6'2", and they would have no problem looking over the 6-foot fence. They'd have no problem looking over our own 6-foot fence. So I fully support the application for 7 feet.
Thank you. Mr. McCarr, your thoughts?
Yeah, I also support the application. For the reasons stated, we just note it also has the support of the neighbors who will be the most impacted, and the design with the additional foot being lattice work, I think also helps.
Mr. Neely?
I support the application for the reasons stated by my colleagues.
And I likewise am in support. I think, yeah, it was very well done, very thoughtful. I think it's a great example of, like, especially working with your neighbors and trying to find solutions. So I appreciate that as well. But I think the case was compelling. I do think the one thing I would say, whoever does make the motion, I think it is worth just noting that at least, the design intends to have the 6 foot of solid with the 1 foot of lattice on top, because I think that was part of the reasoning for why this is also viable. So I think I'd like to just make that noted in our motion, so that it wouldn't just be interpreted as a solid 7-foot fence either, so. I don't know if anybody would like to make that motion, or I can, but you okay? Sure. Thank you.
I would like to make a motion to approve the variance application for Catherine B. Howard, owner, 35 Chester Street, sheet 47, lot 114, requesting variances from Land Use Code, section 190-44, to exceed maximum fence height, 6 feet permitted, 7 feet requested, for number one, a 46-foot long section along East Stark Street, number two, a 79-foot section along side yard adjacent to 34 Raymond Street, and number three, an 80-foot section adjacent to 33 Chester Street. This is located in the RA Zone, Ward 3. The variance is needed to enable the applicant's proposed use of the property, given the special condition of the property. We find that there are some slopes involved with this property, which is going to necessitate the need for some higher fencing, especially along two lines of the yard. The benefit sought by the applicant cannot be achieved by some other method reasonably feasible for the applicant to pursue other than the variance. In addition, the applicant did note that on one side of her house, both her deck and the neighbor's door is located about 30 inches above the ground, necessitating a higher height of fence. As the board noted, this is, really 6 feet of fence. It's solid with a decorative extra foot on top. We did have some neighbors specifically note that they appreciated the fact that decorative piece was being put on there as well, and that the applicant sought their approval on this. We do find this is within the spirit and intent of the ordinance. The applicant very kindly presented us with several other addresses in the general neighborhood that have 7-foot fences. This will not adversely affect the property values of the surrounding parcels. We did have not only in person and on Zoom, some of the neighbors appreciate what's being done here, but we do have their written statements as well that they're in favor of this. This is not contrary to the public interest. The very nice thing about this is there will be a consistent height of the fence all the way around the property. And we do find that substantial justice will be served. For those reasons, I do make a motion to approve the variance.
Thank you. Mr. McCarr, seconds. Any other discussion on the motion?
So usually it would be a stipulation would be that the 6-foot solid, 1-foot lattice on top.
Well, I think Mr. Neely included it in his description, but do you think it would be, you want to have it just that?
Well,
just to help?
We can do it however. I think usually that's what we do,
Yeah.
right? We make a specific, I just want to make sure that it's
Okay.
yeah.
So are you okay with modifying your motion just to add that stipulation that it, as described, a 6-foot solid with a 1-foot lattice?
Is that standard? I haven't heard that
Yeah,
in my time.
we'll do
here.
that
Okay.
with, something like this, where we're just trying to clarify that that's the, the specific of the request, the approval.
Yes, I would like to make that stipulation. This is a solid 6-foot fence to be topped by a 1-foot lattice / decorative section of the fence.
And Mr. McCarr, any second?
Yes.
Still. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Boucher. And with that, Mr. Boucher, how do you vote?
Mr. Boucher votes in favor.
Ms. McKay, how do you vote?
Ms. McKay votes in favor.
Thank you. Mr. McCarr?
Mr. McCarr votes in favor.
Mr. Nealon?
Mr. Neely votes in favor.
And Mr. Shaw votes in favor. That passes unanimously. There is the 30-day window of appeal. It seems unlikely that anything would happen, but just want to always like to caution the applicants about that, but you are free to move forward with your plans, and good luck.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up, we have case number 5. The owner is Audra L. Shefford at 21 Shady Lane, Sheet B, Lot 1910. The request is for the following variances. One, from Land Use Code, Section 190-31, to encroach 6 feet into the 6-foot required left side yard setback to maintain and finish a partially completed pool cabana and deck structure approximately 24 foot by 48 foot, and two, for a variance from Land Use Code Section 190-264 to exceed maximum accessory use area where 40% is permitted, 69% is proposed. This is in the R9 zone, Ward 9. Looks like we have somebody here, so please state your name and address for the record. You can lower the mic that'll probably help you out.
I need to. I'm not 6 feet, so yeah. So my name's Audra Sheffert from 21 Shady Lane in Nashua. We bought in December of 2012. Essentially, we, I'll probably read through my notes, but just going to speak freely for a moment. So we're building a pool house and pool sort of setup, and in the process of doing that, we realized that there was substantial rock all in our backyard underneath. So it was initially going to be an in-ground pool, but had to do an above-ground pool, and even that took kind of years essentially to complete because we had to move just substantial rock essentially. So that being said, part of the plan was to have a good amount of Trex decks, which we bought years ago, to match the existing deck and obviously be a more safe environment for the little kids in our family, many of them, and so on. So we want to have it gated and locked appropriately, so it would just be a safer environment essentially. So essentially, just kind of going over some of like the numbers, if you will. We are exceeding in like 29% of the allowable square footage, which we didn't initially realize the deck was included in that allowable square footage as the pool house was approved in 2018. And I think was already, may have exceeded that percentage, so that was not ever brought to our attention. But so in 2018, the pool house is approved. We've had the building material. The rock is obviously in the way. And really the deck is the majority of what would exceed the allowable square footage. The cabana would have like a hot tub, and we decided to have a roof on it for that reason, so that's why we would need the variance to complete it. And the line of the pool house is within the line of the home, so essentially the fence that was there when we bought the house is in line with the home, and then the pool house, we're calling it a pool house, it might be considered a barn at this point, I think is the terminology that they were giving it, is a few feet within the line of the fence that was there when we bought, and the house is on the line of that fence essentially. So that being said, obviously building's on hold, so we have like a lot of deck material and fence material. We're in the process of doing a 6-foot fence as well. The deck obviously wouldn't be visible to the street or anything. This is far set back in the backyard, and would match and add significant value to the property. The allowable square footage was 1,154. We exceeded it by 617 square feet, which 548 square feet would be the deck that we're asking for essentially. So the majority of the exceeded square feet would be the deck that would be attached to the pool house, and like the pink that you're seeing there. And not all of the pink, forgive me, not the cabana is the larger pink square in the back corner, but yeah, that's the cabana essentially where the hot tub and whatnot would go. That's why we wanted a roof on it, but the remainder of the pink, aside from that area, would be the deck, and that's essentially the majority of what we're exceeding the square footage by. Definitely, the rock in the way being a special condition, if you will, or a specific condition, and obviously would add value that we could have had these trucks for many years and would be able to finish this project and preserve our investment essentially. And it wouldn't be seen from the street or anything like that. Essentially, that's what I've got that's what I've got for you.
Yeah, and I actually might want you to bring that yellow and pink picture back up soon at least, but, so I wanted to clarify, in fact, maybe it helps to look at that drawing, so what, did you get a building permit for a structure in 2018? Is that what you
Right, so
said?
we had a shed, essentially, I wish I had the little pointer there, but the small yellow square, not the main home, but that small yellow square, we're building essentially a shed, and we got it revised to be then the L-shaped shed that you see there in the yellow, and that was approved in 2018. So that was built, finished, and that was done in 2018. And then the yellow, I'm
Let
sorry.
me interrupt you on there. So, but it looks like that's built right, well, it's a shed?
That's existing, yes, it's
Okay,
a shed
okay.
essentially, yes.
But,
More of
'cause
a entertaining.
there was no
place.
variance for this being on the property line, right? So I don't know, I mean, to me, it looks like you placed it too close to your property line to begin with.
Well, the fence isn't the property line, so the property line is further over from that.
Well, at least I'm looking at this drawing, and maybe I'm misunderstanding
It's not an official site plan,
yeah, okay.
so it's just something.
Oh, and the black, is the
It's like
black
the
actually,
GIS.
the dark bold line, is that actually the
That's the
fence
property
line?
line.
Where is the property line?
Well, the black line, the thick black line.
Yeah.
around the
That's
property-
where my fence is essentially, yes, but we have, the house continues
You can
on.
take the microphone with you.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
but-
We have a substantial side yard there we have like a flower bed and a rock wall that comes out. So essentially, the property line, there's a marker by the rock, there's a big rock, on the left. I think I'm assuming these are my neighbors here that have just moved in, but, there's a marker there. So that's not the property line. That's, I think, they call that, the GIS mapping or something like this.
Which is supposed to be a pretty accurate,
Based on
but not, pardon?
They're based on the deeds.
Yeah, based on the deeds, and so it's a good representation. It's not an official, surveyed plan, but, so, and I guess I'm also wondering what brought you to us here? Did code enforcement come and?
Essentially, we yes, exactly, because we had signed up for permits. So we got the L shape, like that's all existing. The pool gets approved in 2021. And then we went in for a permit for like the cabana area. And had the deck all along, essentially, the material, it's still material just now, but, so we went, for a permit for that, and at that point, they let us know that, that would exceed the square footage, that we'd have to get a variance in order to do that.
But it also does look like the city identified that that corner, kind of back corner especially, is pretty much at the property line. And then it looks like, because it's set, you have an angle versus, your house, and that follows that line. We see this all the time, where structures they're not placed perfectly perpendicular.
If that's the
and so-
property line, then my house is on the property line. I mean, like, if we went
And
into that, I mean,
Well,
we may have to get like a surveyor or something
well,
to.
it might be relatively close to the property line, but it was built probably according to whatever, subdivision plans, and, it might have been within the allowed placement at that point in time, or maybe it was inadvertently placed a little close. It could be a matter of a foot or two, it looks like, just kind of eyeballing it, so.
My garden and everything would be over the property line then, if that were the case. Then the house, I mean, was built, that portion of the house was there in 1986. And the rest of it was built in 74, but, so.
Do other board members have questions, Mr. McCara?
Just in terms of the usage, you had talked about, or the proposal was for a cabana, but then you also use the term barn, so what is the use of the
Sure,
structure?
absolutely. So the yellow L-shaped shed essentially would be like the shed that we're referring to as a barn based on the square footage. That's how they explained it to me. And then, so that there, and then the cabana is the part that's not built over in the back by the pool, where the hot tub would go.
Okay.
And then that's all the material, deck material and stuff like that. So there again, the pool and that's that L-shaped shed, which, again, that was in 2018. That was done and approved, and I guess, is that now in question or something that was done in 2018? I guess I'm new to this, I apologize.
No, I think, we're just trying to understand the history, because I want to, we don't always know what has been building permits gotten. Sometimes people just do stuff without building permits.
Yes, sir.
There's all different ways that these things get identified.
Those had multiple permits, like, that we revised and whatnot, and they came out to the property and told us to put brackets and different things like that.
I mean, what's been identified, and I assume you had some communications with the planning department, is we have
Yes.
these two requests. One is that there is this placement of the structure basically at the property line, and then we have this, large accessory use that, I think, it's oftentimes, I think, one of these things that is not well understood by, the general members of the public, what goes into that, or even that there's these kind of restrictions, because, there's lots and lots of different things in the land use code, but, I think a lot of folks don't necessarily think about decks as like so much as a structure versus like, well, that's just a deck.
Right.
But it gets calculated as,
Yeah.
your pool gets calculated as area, your deck gets calculated as area, so it all adds up, the sheds, so that's, but so basically, that's what we're looking at, you're got 69% identified versus the 40% allowed, which I think you quoted some numbers. I think that just matches up to the square footages that you mentioned. And then again, the structure is already basically at the property line, so. But, Mr. Neely, do you have a question? or
I
comment?
do. I'm looking at a picture here of some type of structure. Looks like it has wood in it. Is that like a wood shed or?
Which picture is that?
Not that one.
So that is, okay.
Nope.
We took down this, we've since taken that all down.
Okay.
So when we initially get I'm assuming, I don't want to reference you guys like that, but the neighbor had said, had a concern, or we got an email, or there was an email. We thought that was the concern, so we took that down. Or it's all, the roof is gone, the side is gone, the little bottom's still there. We have a dumpster coming tomorrow to get rid of the materials from it as well. So that all came down. The stack here is essentially fence material that we're looking to build a fence. We were learning as well that has to be a 6-foot fence and so on. So we've kind of like essentially been on hold for quite some time with our materials and whatnot.
So was that used for the calculation of the maximum accessory use area, or was that not even?
That was not included, that we took that down completely. And essentially, I mean, we could, like, if I had to stand here and say, like, I would prefer to have the deck and take away that 54-foot storage shed, 54 square foot storage shed, and bring back the cabana, as opposed to like not having a deck at all, because that would essentially bring us to a lesser percentage of exceeding it. So I would absolutely, if that was an option, we could bring back the cabana where you wouldn't see it peek out from that other structure, and even, just get rid of the 54-foot storage shed, if that would be essentially an option, I guess. I didn't know that the L-shaped shed that was approved in 2018 was even a concern, honestly. I must have misunderstood that, because that was a long time ago. So.
Any other questions from the board? All right, I think we're set for now.
Okay.
You can have a seat. Since I think you're the only ones in the audience, if you want to just, if you do want to come up and with any questions, concerns, or support or opposition, wherever you're at, we'll just state your name and address, and tell us what you want to tell us.
So
Yeah, that, you can take that off and just hold it if it's preferable.
So my name's Matt Palazzo. I'm currently at 13 Peach Drive, but she is correct. We just bought the house at 23 Shady Lane, which is the property that, the stuff that she's trying to get approved butts up against. I'm not necessarily opposed to what she's doing. I just had more of questions and a couple concerns because, as she said, there was emails going around when we were in the process of buying the house. I think that the realtors and the sellers of the house had come up with some questions before we even got into the house. So we kind of had the same drift of everything that was going on. So I'm kind of walking into it in the same sense as well. And I was kind of basing our property line off, it's the GSI.
GIS.
Yeah. So, as you guys said, so that's pretty relevant to what the true property lines are, more or less. Okay, so
I mean, I would caution and
Yeah,
suggest
I'm
that
sure
at
it's
some
not
point,
to
maybe
an
you
answer
just
to a T,
pursue
but-
a professional surveyor
Yeah.
to get that exactly figured out, and a lot of
Yeah.
times that's what's
So,
necessary.
the only really concerns that I have is, I don't have a concern with what they're doing, on their property line. That's not so much what I'm concerned about. But if you go to some of the pictures and the application, and she did address this as well, so you can start with that one right there. So if you base that, the GSI photo or whatever it is, in relevance to where that shed is, it's on the opposite side. It technically would be on my property line, which you can see right on that left side there. So that little shed is what's shown in that picture. So that's technically on our property, and she is right, they did start to take it down. And then, in the application, I don't know exactly what page it was, but I think it said something about that side gate is being used as a safer entrance to get into like the pool area, was something along the context of that. So the only way for them, if you base their property line off of that photo, that fence, in order to walk out of that fence and walk out onto their property, would actually be in our property. It wouldn't be in their property. No, I know that, but in the application, it said the fence was a safer entrance to get into the pool area. But in order to walk through that fence, which if you go to that little wood shed, you'll see the fence on the side of it. There's a little gate. Yeah, so that gate right there, so, because technically based on that photo, that GSI photo, those logs and those flower beds and everything is technically on our property if you base it off of the photo and the plot plan on the internet. So I don't think that fenced-in area would technically be an entrance to get in there because it would have to be cut through our property in order to enter that property. So that's kind of where my concerns come in, is the wood shed, which they have started to take down. She's correct on that. The fence, that little gated fence to get into the property probably wouldn't be usable by them. I have plans in the foreseeable future to put up, a privacy fence myself. So and I had spoke to her husband about this, who was very nice. If I had plans of going to the property line based off of the plot plan online, that fence would pretty much become unusable because how the shed shows in the back that it's basically touching the property line now. If I followed my fence on the property line, they wouldn't be able to use that. And like I said, some of the wood beds on the outside are technically on our property line. So that's kind of where my concerns fall into place. Again, I'm not opposed to what they're doing on the other side. I'm just kind of concerned on the stuff that is falling into our property, because it's kind of a gray area for us as well, because we're new to the area and it's hard to find an exact determination on where the plot is, because the plot isn't squared off of the street, so it's hard to throw an eye on it and basically get a straight line because it's kicked to the side. So
Yeah, I would highly suggest for either or both of you
Yeah.
to consider, getting an actual, surveyed plan for either of your properties so that you'll
Right.
have that certain interpretation, because the GIS information is a reasonable representation.
Yeah.
But you can, you're not going to be able to count on that down to the last foot or two by any means. So I think like I said, at some point, you probably want to have the official survey
Okay.
plan, so that it might help you, either of you, resolve that understanding, or if it becomes a misunderstanding.
Yeah, I don't see it coming that. Like I said, I think that there was some misunderstanding in the past. Obviously, I don't know what it was or how it came to it. So, because I know, even if you, like, there's a block wall, like she said, that is like, is technically over the
Sorry,
property line. So, and again, that's not a dig at anybody, just trying to get familiar with how the zoning laws and stuff work like that, and how they base things off of it. If it's technically over the property line, how do you go
Yeah,
about the next
and-
step,
Yeah.
So that's kind of where my concerns fall into that aspect of it, so.
And we have seen cases through the years where, people have inadvertently basically been using, a portion of their neighbor's property because everybody thought the property line was
Right.
here, and then they found out, well, really, there's 2 or 3 or 4 feet that was really, it really wasn't there. So those things happen, and especially when there's decades-long history, multiple owners, all those kind of things.
Yeah.
It's pretty natural for some of that to happen, so.
Right.
So it seems like you have some, just kind of concerns about just or at least the interpretation or understanding of, kind of where the property is being used, but overall, you don't seem to have concerns about them maybe having the structure up against the property line and/or their accessory usage, or?
I
just-
think that if because of how the image shows, it shows that back left corner is so close to the property line, and if we can't base that 100% off of, the plot plan online, then that's something that I would like to see, more concrete is, okay, it actually is on the property line, it has been surveyed, it's not poking over a little bit because we don't know if this image isn't 100% correct, so that's kind of where I fall on that.
And all we have in front of us is a request to go up to the property line. So
Right.
technically, that's all we're being asked to approve. So if something is over the property line, we definitely are not, endorsing that or supporting that.
Right.
And I don't even know that there's any legal way to do that, quite frankly, there's easements and things that, get written. But specifically, what we're being asked to approve is just something that indicates that structures will be, up to the property line, but nothing beyond the property line, which kind of just generally makes sense, right? So, and I just feel like I'm repeating myself, but again, you might need, and the applicant might need to get the, plot plan surveyed so
Right.
that you've got that information.
But I guess just my final question is if they're asking for something right up to the property line, how does it get signed off to be built as it shows if it's not 100% sure that it's on that side of the property? That's where my question falls.
I would probably defer to staff, but I think it ends up being that, what gets presented to the building department and gets issued for permits is based on what's presented by the applicant, but the city isn't going out and doing official surveys to figure some of this stuff out, but you might have a better perspective than I do as far as how to respond.
Mr. Chair, we have to go on the information that's been submitted to us, and we have that GIS plan that shows the proposed structure, that corner, that pink structure right at the property line. We have to assume it's correct. If it's over the line, the only way we would really know officially or legally is through an actual survey of that property line. And I don't know if you want to get together with your neighbor, both
Right.
you guys,
Yep.
get a survey and split the cost or something, so you both are benefited by it. You both know. But we have to assume what is submitted is true and correct.
Gotcha.
So.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yep, let me make sure there aren't any other questions from the board. Okay. All right,
Thank you.
You can come back up for essentially what is rebuttal testimony, so.
I guess I've been, so I just.
Oh, sorry, name and address for the record, just.
Audra Sheffert, 21 Shady Lane, and obviously we move in 2012. I mean, there's literally like, there's many, many, many feet, and totally we can get a surveyor, or like however that looks, because we would have been completely misled as to what our property was. There was an existing fence there, and no, there's a whole, like the fence, so here's the house, here's the fence. There's a rock wall that goes all the way around, there's a flower bed, there's this whole thing. We were always told by the previous owner of that property, his name was Roland, he's passed away. We had such a good rapport with all the neighbors, and I hope we can continue that. I definitely would like to do that. But we were told there's this metal marker, and it's by a rock, and there's another one up in the woods, and obviously irrelevant, get a surveyor, totally get that. But it would be in line with the way this house, this addition that was there since 1986, the house was built in 1974, that, I don't know if that middle, whatever that middle marker is, but essentially, I'm just sort of shocked, I apologize, if we're saying that my house would be the property line. I mean, there's just nothing, it's just that, I don't think that's possible, but.
Well, no, I want to clarify it. I'm not saying
Sure.
your house is. I'm just
'Cause
going
the
by and
fence is in line
maybe
with the
pull up the pink and yellow again, but
Okay,
it's.
that corner essentially is what we're
Yeah,
talking about.
well, the structure,
There is a
the
fence
shed
there, so
structure.
we're within the fence, just so you guys know,
Yeah,
we're like
but-
within.
But, that diagram shows that there is some white space between the yellow part of the house.
Okay.
And the property line.
Okay.
And just like, I don't know, I was just kind of trying to very much eyeball it, but like, it looks like it might not be even 6 feet. It might be 4 feet, it might be 8 feet, I don't know, it's probably not, it's probably somewhere in that range, but.
It's an R9 zone, so there's a 10-foot side yard setback. And it looks like the entire house would be in the side yard setback, but there was never a variance applied for or granted for the house itself, so,
And I don't know if that part that's that close to the property line, if that was the 1986 or 80, whatever addition. If that was the addition, then it's even makes more sense versus if it was the original 1974 structure. But I think we're, all I was trying to say is that looks like it's very close to the property line.
Okay.
So I'm not saying your house
Yes,
is on the
sir.
property line.
Yes, sir.
It's just that because of both the angle and then where you place the shed structure, that now looks
Maybe
like
it's like a diagonal as
so
opposed
you-
to like straight.
Yeah, you have like
Yeah.
a very kind of long, kind of little triangle there, so.
Definitely. Thank you.
Okay, I don't think there's any questions from the board, so, all right. And, sir, you're welcome to come back up, but you don't need to. Okay, all right, we'll close out the public hearing and open up the public meeting. Ms. McKay, do you want to weigh in?
Well, this one's confusing. I'm happy to see that both people want to get a survey, which would be beneficial. Based on what we're looking at, I agree with you, Mr. Shaw, that there seems to be some space there between house and property line, but it does look like that pink is right, maybe on the property line. As far as the application goes for the overage, and she said they're taking down that one building, and then she is more interested in the deck than anything else, I think, if I recall correctly. And based on the condition that I see from the pictures, it looks like it needs to be completed so that it will not pose a safety hazard and issue. And that is a concern for me. So based on that, and based on the fact that the neighbor is more concerned with the property line and not what goes on within someone else's property, he's fine with that. He just wants to make sure what's his is his, and I don't blame him. I think I can find support for this application.
All right, thank you. Mr. McCarry, your thoughts?
Yeah.
I really can't find support for the application, I think for a few reasons. So first of all, I wouldn't really be comfortable, absent a compelling reason, approving, building something right up to the property line, a 6-foot encroachment into a 6-foot setback in general. But I'm far less comfortable in this circumstance where it appears that where that lot line is unclear. If it were into the setback, but not 100% into the setback, that would be less of an issue. But where it is, I think we could very well have a property line issue. So I'm not comfortable for that reason, nor do I feel that a, cabana is a particularly compelling use. While it may be a nice to have, I don't think it's an essential to enjoy, reasonable use of the property. So I think we're being asked to approve a structure that, again, might be nice to have, but I don't think it's not like something like a garage where you don't have one. The overage in general, putting some decks around the pool, et cetera, I wouldn't have a problem with that, but as presented, I can't find support.
Thank you. Mr. Neely?
Yeah, this is a really tough one. I'm also really concerned about that property line. I need to take into account the fact that the brand-new neighbor was here, certainly expressed some concerns, and what he testified to was, I don't really care what's going on in their yard, but I think he was kind of beating around the bush that he thinks it's over the line too. And I don't think we can sit here and approve this with this many questions hanging out there. I completely agree with Mr. Minkara. I mean, I'd be willing to look at this again in the future after they get it surveyed, and if the neighbor is okay with them with taking this right up to the property line, I'm okay with it. I mean, I sympathize. They hit that rock ledge. That's tough to run into. The fact they meant to have an in-ground pool and they can't have that now. Yeah, I can't find support for it right now until we get a better feel for where that property line is. It just makes more sense to have things more clear before we step in and approve a variance.
Thank you. Mr. Boucher?
There's certainly challenges on this property, and as testified, and I believe it's true that the original structure in the back was approved, but the cabana and the decking is why we're here. I think the applicant did offer up that if there was a choice to be made, that I think that they would be happy with just the deck and not the cabana. I think that's really where the issue lies. I think what's shown in yellow in the back is an approved, was approved. I assume that, and what we're looking at is really the addition to that, what was put on the back of that. I would be comfortable with the decking. Again, not to get into where the property line is, I think we have to, I believe that this layout that we had is pretty close. So obviously that back structure could be on the line, could be over the line a little bit, but I think if we eliminate that, if that was eliminated from this application, I would be comfortable with approving with the deck that was wanted there. And again, the deck, as pictures show, really the deck is not even a foot high, and I think it's a lot to do with just the bony structure of the land and not being able to do much with it. So I can see the overage in adding the deck space for that safety and for that area. And as you notice, the applicant has put down a lot of that faux fabric for your grass and stuff, and I think it has a lot to do with the fact that you can't really do anything much with the ground. And to grow any grass back there, I know you would have to bring in several inches of loom, and I don't think that's really a practical solution. Doesn't gain anything. So I would support the application tonight with the elimination of the cabana as was offered by the applicant, and just have the deck.
And just to be clear, that's, well, actually, I guess I thought that's a structure that's at basically this kind of small rectangle on the right-hand side of the pool, right? That was
No.
No.
It's,
No, it's this right here.
it's the structure that goes right up to the property line.
Pink. This is the cabana.
Yeah, okay,
That, what they're calling a
Yeah.
structure, so I think, and we can, if there needs to be clarification on where this deck ends, so I think it's just the frontage of this.
No, yeah, I think that's clear, yeah, okay. Yeah, I think, okay, that's helpful. I was twisted around, I was thinking it was the other, so.
There's a deck shown for the
Right.
pool. I think that's deck, but I think that's a reasonable
Yeah.
use to get up into an above-ground pool. I don't think that's, I don't have an issue with that.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is a tricky case. I have some concern that it appears the original 2018 structure was not actually placed properly, because there was no variance for that to be, right now, that corner of that appears to be basically at the property line again. And I know that might go to your, it might be to your misunderstanding perhaps of where the property line was based on previous ownership and all this stuff, but looking at it, basically here, that was a concern, but I do think by removing that cabana structure, I think your point about the decking, providing some kind of relief to make usable space in that yard is also noteworthy. So I think I could support basically that. I guess I know both Mr. McCarr and Mr. Neely spoke about the concerns about the structure being at the property line, but I don't know if your concern was more about the new proposed cabana or the existing, shed structure in yellow. So if maybe either of you could clarify your thinking on that.
I'll jump in on that. The shed structure, the existing shed structure is not before us, so I wasn't considering that at all.
But it is part of the accessory space, but, okay. Because I think actually, let me ask staff a question. So this, is the relief from the side yard setback only for the proposed cabana, and we're not taking into account the existing shed structure? Because it seems like that is identified as not being in compliance, so.
That's a really good question. The pink portion of that map, that isn't constructed yet. That goes up to what we believe is the property line. So we really had it on that, but I worded it as if the whole thing is up to 6 feet into the property line, because that yellow, the L-shaped thing, it's already built. They said they already got permits for it, so we really can't do anything about that. But it's really the pink, that big pink square there.
Okay.
And the overall accessory use area, like you said, Mr. Shaw, it's all of the pink and all of the yellow except for the house.
Right.
So I guess if I could just clarify my view for what it's worth, I would support the variance for the exceedance of the maximum accessory use area, but not a variance for the encroachment. So whether it's the yellow or the pink, I wouldn't support the variance for the encroachment.
But you're okay with even the request for 69%? I think we're talking about something that should be smaller, but they could move,
Right.
they could do more decking or move things further into the yard. So you're not too concerned about that part of things, right? I think your real concern is about what's going on at the property line.
Yeah, and I think I would say that for the reasons, that Mr. Boucher stated, the challenge with using the property because of how rocky the soil is. So I could support that.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Harris, just an unstated position for myself. So the existing, what they're saying that there's permits for 2018, the existing yellow on that, are you saying that if that's in the side setback, that you wouldn't be in favor of that, or are you saying that as long as it's not over the property line?
No, I'm saying at this point, I would not support the variance request for the 6-foot encroachment into the 6-foot side yard setback.
think Mr. Boucher is trying to ask, does it matter to you whether it's existing or proposed structure?
Well, I took this application to mean that they were seeking the variance for what was shown in pink, that they were not seeking the variance for what was in yellow.
Okay.
But it doesn't matter to me. I wouldn't support a variance to go right up to the property line, regardless of whether we think that the yellow is included or not included. That's irrelevant to me. I wouldn't support a 6-foot encroachment into the 6-foot required side yard setback.
Okay. So you clarify for me, because the yellow is not really in front of us, then that's not, okay, so I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Neely, any further comment from you?
Yeah, so I agree with the assessment on yellow. I don't think yellow's in front of us. I am concerned about that 384 square feet on the back left-hand corner there. I would vote in favor of giving them to the proposed decks on both sides. That proposed 69% is going to come down if you subtract out the 384. I also believe that takes away most of the neighbors' concern as well, which was really one of the things that drove my vote. So if we can get rid of that back part, which the applicant had said that, they weren't really stuck on keeping, then I would be in favor of the application minus that 384 square feet.
Ms. McKay, do you have any further thoughts or comments?
No, I agree with the comments that have been stated. She did say she would remove that, but she really wanted the deck. And my concurrent with the application is for the deck. As long as she could have that, because Mr. Boucher is right, there's that land back there, there's no real safe place to step and be, and the deck provides some portion of a safe place to have recreation and have access to the pool. So I still remain in favor, but for the deck. Anything coming up, as Mr. Minkara said, if you're coming up straight up to the property line and you want to lean on that line, I too don't care if it's pink, yellow, green, or black. If it's right up on the property line, I'm not in favor.
Thank you. All right, so I'm thinking we have sentiment to potentially deny the side yard setback request while approving either the proposed or a reduced percentage for the accessory use. So I don't know if somebody would like to make a motion with those two things in mind.
Would that be two motions then?
I think, yeah,
Yeah.
it really should be.
That's fine, I'll take
Okay.
it. Well, I can make a motion to not approve the variance for Audra L. Sheffert, owner, 21 Shady Lane, Sheet B, Lot 1910, requesting the variance from Land Use Code Section 190-31 to encroach 6 feet into the 6-foot required left side yard setback to maintain and finish a partially completed pool cabana and deck structure approximately 24 by 48. The variance is not needed to enable the applicant's proposed use of the property. While we do find that the property has a non-regular shape, we are concerned about where the property line is. We did hear some concerns from the new neighbor that there may be a possibility that may be going over the property line. The board did have extensive discussion about this and made a decision that after the applicant had said that she was more concerned about the deck area, that we were not going to approve the cabana size area, which is what goes right up to the property line. We did not feel that this was in the spirit and intent of the ordinance. We do think this may adversely affect the property values of the surrounding parcel. This is contrary to popular interest, and substantial justice to the neighbor would not be served. So for that reason, I make a motion not to approve the variance for the encroachment.
Mr. McCarroll, thank you for your second. Any discussion on the motion? All right, I kind of forget where. Mr. Boucher, I'll just go ahead.
Mr. Boucher votes in favor of the denial.
Okay, Mr. Mikara?
Mr. Mancara votes in favor of the denial.
Ms. McKay?
Ms. McKay votes in favor of the denial.
Mr. Neely?
Mr. Neely votes in favor of the denial.
And Mr. Shaw votes in favor of the denial. And would you like to tackle the next request?
I would like to make a motion to approve the variance for Audra L. Sheffert, owner, 21 Shady Lane, Sheet B, Lot 1910, requesting the following variance from Land Use Code, Section 190-264, to exceed maximum accessory use area, 40% permitted, approximately 69% proposed in the R9 zone, Ward 9. The variance is needed to enable the applicant's proposed use of the property. Given the special conditions of the property, the board has looked at pictures of the property. It is evident that there is significant rock that is negatively affecting their ability to build an in-ground pool and an associated deck. It is negatively affecting their ability to properly landscape the yard and create a safe area for their family to enjoy that area. The benefit sought by the applicant is to build some decks to keep family members off of that area, as just spoken to, due to the rocky ground. We find that this is within the spirit and intent of the ordinance. This will not adversely affect the property value of surrounding parcels. It is not contrary to public interest, and substantial justice would be served. So for those reasons, I make a motion to approve the variance.
Thank you for your second, Mr. McKay. Any discussion on the motion? All right, Mr. Boucher, how do you vote?
Mr. Boucher votes in favor.
Mr. Mikara?
Mr. Mancara votes in favor.
Ms. McKay?
Ms. McKay votes in favor.
Thank you. And Mr. Neely?
Mr. Neely votes in favor.
And Mr. Shaw votes in favor. So that passes unanimously. So I think you understand that we did not approve the encroachment, but did improve the overall usage area. And something to keep in mind is you could, look at the structure back there, but you just would need to stay within the 6-foot setback. And all this still might be to your benefit to go ahead and get the surveyed plot plan worked out at some point. But there is a 30-day window of appeal if you, or anybody wants to appeal the decision. Thank you for your application. So it does not look like anybody else appeared tonight, so I don't think we have anybody for case number 2, which was the Cambridge Holdings, Inc., Ted Cherry at 55 Lake Street. So we're not aware. There could be a conflict that we haven't learned about yet. So I think, is the board open to retabling this until the next meeting of November 28th, and until we learn and understand what the circumstance might or might not be?
Yes.
I'll move to, for case number 2, again, Cambridge Holdings, Inc., the applicant Ted Cherry at 55 Lake Street, that we will postpone that to a meeting date certain of the next meeting, which is November 28th. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Boucher. Mr. McCarr, how do you vote?
Mr. McCarr votes in favor.
Mr. Neely?
Mr. Neely votes in favor.
Thank you. Ms. McKay?
Ms. McKay votes in favor.
Mr. Boucher?
Mr. Boucher votes in favor.
And Mr. Shaw votes in favor. So we, that is tabled, and that takes care of all of our regular cases. As we were informed, we do not have the rehearing request. That's been postponed to the December 12th meeting. So we do have, I think we have the new agenda, right? For the 28th?
There should be one.
Yeah, I just don't, maybe.
Two cases?
Oh, yeah, I had it right here. Sorry, I was thinking this. Has anybody already looked, and does not look like to me there's any area impact?
Agreed.
I think that's concurred, okay. All right, so that's good. And then we do have minutes from the last meeting, minutes from the October 24th board meeting. Has anybody identified any items that need to be modified, corrected, or otherwise changed?
No.
All right, somebody like to make a motion?
I was going to say that, and then I lost my voice. So I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Thank you. Mr. Neely, thank you for your second. Any discussion? Mr. Neely, how do you vote?
Mr. Neely votes in favor.
Mr. Boucher?
Mr. Boucher votes in favor.
Ms. McKay?
Ms. McKay votes in favor.
Mr. McCara?
Mr. Mercara votes in favor.
And Mr. Shaw votes in favor, so those minutes are passed. I think that does it for any other business tonight. All right, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Oh, thank you, Mr. McCara, and we are adjourned at
10:30 on the dot.
Whoa.